Good morning. With the sell-off. Oh, why didn't I have more? Why didn't I go short? I almost went short yesterday. I didn't do it. All right, let me get set up here. PC, I guess the market didn't like. We're gonna be streaming today stocks, futures, options, February 24th. Got about 15 minutes to the market opens. Hmm. Okay. Get this shared. Wow. FOMO to the downside. Ugh. It's not too late to go short, but man, I was expecting more of a bounce before this happened. Gotta quit trying to time it so well. Just get in with the convictions. Okay, I've shared it. Here's a Discord link if you guys haven't joined. Feel free, it's free to join. SPY is flushing more pre-market. 1.4% gap down is pretty significant. Hmm. Okay. So I think the PC came in hot. US personal income plus 0.6% in January. Consensus was 1.2%. Well, personal income's way down compared to the consensus. Personal spending plus 1.8%. Consensus was plus 1.4. So personal income is way more down than they thought. And the spending is actually higher than they thought. Interesting. So people still spending what they don't have. PC core price index plus 0.6% on month, plus 4.4%, 4.7% on year. January price index plus 0.6 on month, plus 5.4% on year. December personal income revised 0.3% from 0.2. Interesting. All right. Get stuff locked in. We got about 9 minutes to go. Market's sold off quite a bit. I don't know if I'm gonna have margin to close these puts this morning. Guess I'll find out. The good news is that gas kept going. I bought one more contract, so I only have 3, but not bad. Excuse me. Up the X. Thanks. Calls for sure. Maybe, yeah, I might get a bounce out of cash open. Get a tank of water. Calls it open, then go buy a tank of water. And go bury it in the ground somewhere and live on top of it. Oh, for me to drink. Thank you. Just needs to be cleared, not necessarily dry. I mean, it's a gap down. You're gonna play the rally up. This is the gap right here. So yeah, maybe calls it open. I need to roll these puts before I get into any more futures contracts, I think. FLUC. Predictable to you, is it made to me? Like a poem you just said to me. Predictable? What's your prediction? Quite the move it's had. Down to 5. Bad news came out, I'm presuming. Dropped to 2. Probably not to 2. Might just find support right here at this 5 level. I don't know. No idea. This is quite the chart though. Nice smooth price action or here on the hourly. Very tradable. That just consolidation. Is this getting bought out or something? Weird. GME down to that 19. BBY pre-market still hasn't dropped below that low from yesterday. I think we'll get that gap fill today. I'm ready. I'm ready. Yeah, nat gas is up 4%. Getting back up into that range, that low that I originally was building my long position on. Then it flushed below it. Kind of a little spring test. More or less what I'm thinking. Yeah, I was starting to build a position here for the reversal, and then it went bloop, and I closed out here for a loss. I've been opening as it's been coming up. So we'll see if it fights this as a resistance now, or if it kind of consolidates up in the same range and then blasts through it. Further manners every day. Hi, Tree Leaf. You're welcome. I'm excited to see what those 2.5 cash secured puts on BBY end up being. If it does fill that gap at 130, that'd be some pretty nice premium. Price target raised by Wells Fargo to 190 on Tesla. 150. Free market. Beyond Meat's up 11%. Timber Pharmaceuticals, 26%. Not IPOs. That's probably going to thin out here. Lunar's up 8%. I think still a play. Had quite the sell-off. Holy smokes, yesterday. Oh boy. You guys are trickling in. I appreciate it. Thank you for your thumbs up as you come in here, as you stop at the door to take off your shoes, and you drop a thumbs up in the thumbs up jar. I appreciate that. There's 5 of them. Thank goodness it's Friday. Thank you, Tao. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. Yeah, along on the futures might be merited for a little bounce, maybe even up to this 397. But I don't know. End of day, we might still be coming back down here. Need to get these puts rolled over. Bullion's shared some pretty awesome DD on Bed Bath & Beyond. I have to go over that today. Gosh, the hype DD is... I mean, it's viable stuff. It's like... It's interesting. Interesting to see. We'll go through it. All right, market is open. It's not wanting me to roll these puts. Hey man, come on. Maybe because I had some futures contracts open and net gas ones. So if that's the case, I'm gonna just yeah, it's not letting me close these puts. Should have closed them yesterday when I had the chance. It's so weird how the margin works. Just fluctuates back and forth, and that happened with my my ES future too. I opened a short, then closed it to get a better entry, and then when I was going to get a better entry, no margin. Otherwise, I would have I would have had such a great entry back here on a short. It was here. Where was that? Well, you can't see it on the futures, but one of these extended hours. Literally before all this. Gosh, margin is really messing me up now. Too bad I didn't know how to trade when I didn't have this problem. Did oil come down too? Yeah. This is what I was waiting for yesterday. Not down much, but market come down. We're going to see oil come down further. I'm not imagining enough to understand how funny that is. But you understand that it's funny. Beyond Meat's up 12%. Price target raised? Oh, BBBY, new lows. Come on, baby. 130, let's see it. Broke yesterday's low, so here we go. It's on its way. Day after day after day, that thing. Same exact pattern, pretty much. Just stair-stepping down. Okay, getting a little bounce here on SPY as well as GME. Delete these drawings. Some new levels. Oh, that's yesterday's. Step down, rock it up. Maybe. Hey, Thomas. I'm not sure, Tree. Good morning. Timber, pharmaceuticals up 36%. Beyond Meat. This going? A little bit, yeah. Updates. There's some interesting DD I'm gonna read once we settle down here. Selling Feb 24. It's selling those, right? Strike. Oh, weird. Sell 11 puts, 20 strike. You have an order to close. All right, I did it. I think. Oh, it got rejected. Valid ratio. What the heck? February 24th, 20 puts. Sell, yeah. If I can sell this. I'm trying to do it in one trade. I'm trying to sell shares and the puts. I don't know if it'll let me do that. I want to sell the puts before they lose value. That got rejected. All right, I probably need to sell the shares first. Assuming. But I want to wait for the bounce to sell the shares. What a mess. This put's going to be worthless. All right, I'll wait for the bounce, sell the shares, and then just sold them yesterday. I don't know, whatever. SPY moved up a little bit, hitting a resistance there. Yesterday's low. If it blows through there or not. My gas coming down a little bit. Morning, Kanisha. Next pond from you today. Next pond. Never heard of this one. Just scalp trading it today, or pretty illiquid? SPY's rejecting that level. Oh, BBY bounced. Oh, it'll come back down. Come on. Big bid at $1.20 on BBY. $500,000. That's like one of the biggest bids I've seen lately. That'll definitely be some sort of support. Big rejection there on SPY too. Volume? No, that's not a lot of volume. Morning, Drew. Morning, David. Morning, Tasty. Spy today, recover death spiral. Ooh, I don't know. Pretty big gap down, so. Yeah. PCE, it did not like PCE. Trend is down. We've had kind of a big range, but kind of a few days of consolidation really from this drop. Uh, it's not looking strong yet. I'm gonna have to make a new low first before we get any kind of bounce. We're looking at like here. That's probably a good support. Resistance here, support here, support here. Stay right here then. Oh. Winter's popping again? I mean, had such a sell-off. Hope so. Okay, well, I might as well. I'm gonna sell these shares. I only need to sell 50, it looked like. Let me see. Sell these puts now? Still can't sell those. Oh, that's a pretty big candle to the downside on SPY there. Kind of want to go short on it. I gotta get these. I gotta get these shares and stuff. Oh, there's a flush. Oh, okay, let's see. We'll close out these 4 shares. SPY is definitely flushing here. 393.46 is I'd say is the next level. Okay, I think I should be able to roll these now. Yeah, so now I can close those puts. Is flushing down. I don't have enough for a big ES. BBBY held up there. Lunar got halted up. Green circle? Oh, we're talking about the technical analysis thing? Yeah, where did that go on there actually? It's like it's just showing you different technical analysis. Did I turn mine off? Yeah. Just if you highlight it, it'll show you just different TA. Buy is flushing here. Oh wow. Ooh. Okay, well I have enough margin now to close my puts. I'm kind of waiting for it to come down though. I feel like GME probably will come down. I don't want to wait too long though. These are 0 days. Damn, is switch funds to roll it. Really? Why? Oh, I think I'm in a... What? Am I in position closing only? That wouldn't be good. It's so weird. The other day I was able to do it and wonder if it's, yeah, maybe because I have the open. Okay. I was able to close out of those puts. I had to close shares to do it. I closed like 300 shares. And I closed out of the puts. Do you cover calls now? I don't think so. See if I do cover calls on GME. Premium's so low. Oh, can't. Yeah, it's because I held these futures overnight. Tesla's down 4%. Just needs to break that support and just dump. BBBY bounced up above that. What the heck? No, don't do that. Thank you guys for your likes. I appreciate it. We've got 14 of them. Exciting day here in the market. Big sell off from PCE. Downtrend on SPYs. Still continuing. Yeah. Thank you. I wish I played the short now on SPY more than that gas long, but okay. SPY's melting down here. Wonder if I can open up. Gap built. Yeah, it might get a little bounce, but I don't know. I don't know if it'll be like yesterday's bounce. Today might be more like this. Uh, but yeah, you could. If it keeps selling off pretty aggressively, I mean, you're gonna get a bounce probably sometime today, or maybe it starts now. I don't know. This is my next support I have on here, 393.46. Hasn't come that low, but 394.17. A strange level it did that at. There. BBY is moving up here. We might not get that gap fill. Starts to get crazy. Or this could just be the little morning push that we've seen. Not much volume yet. I'm gonna be patient, but yeah, we'll see. If it starts to break some highs like from yesterday, I might start to scale in a little bit here. This is a little different, I feel like, because we just went down first and traded. If we've spiked in the morning, it's usually been like almost right away. Today we kind of came down a little bit. So that's something that's different. Okay, it's higher than some of the levels yesterday. Oh man. Well, it rolled my puts. I like that price action the upside. My cash secured puts for this Friday. I rolled the next Friday. Kept them at 2.5, received a small credit. It's far enough in the money where I couldn't get too much credit. Lots of March 17.3 calls interest coming in BBY. Lots of dumb money coming in. Oh, I was starting to reject there. This is looking all right so far. Our spikes before, seems like it's lasting a little longer, and the timing on it's a little bit different. Not right out of the open. We kind of dipped and consolidated and then started going, but we'll see. And the size of that's pretty large. I would be surprised if they started the rally today. That would be very interesting. Because you're putting options in the money. This $1.50, 15,000, $2 is 50,000. We've had a reverse gamma squeeze for like, but this chain is still loaded to the upside. Well, it broke yesterday's level there, not the high of yesterday, but wait, no, that's the high of yesterday. Interesting. Might nibble a little bit on this. I'm picking up a few shares. We'll see. It's a big average now from even at $1.50, less than half. The fact that we broke yesterday's highs that's kind of a break of trend, I think. Yeah, all these little peaks we've had have not broken the day before's high. This volume is large. This could be it. We might not fill that gap now. Every day I was thinking we'd fill that gap until the last 10 minutes here. I'm not so sure now. I mean, scaling in's good. I was waiting. I'm still waiting. I picked up. I just bought 600 shares there. So if we do come down to 130, I'll probably pick up a couple thousand. If today looks like a bottom, then yeah, I'll be picking up more today, but or at this higher price rather. Yeah, this is looking very strong. Look at that volume right there. 2.6 million in 5 minutes. Well. There's another 100. Another 100. Yeah, I closed out of my 1.5s because I saw that gap fill. And it would have been a close call since today is Friday. And yeah. This is looking quite bullish though. Holy crap. There's 8%. Okay, there's 500 shares. Let's see what happens up here at this resistance. That's the high from a couple days ago. Oh boy. Okay. Yep. Not gonna get our gap fill. I don't think. There's another 500. Doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. Not with this morning, nope. Okay, I'm gonna chill for a little bit. We're looking at BBBY Ace. It's up 11%. It doesn't seem like we're getting our gap fill anymore. We got a ton of volume. We broke yesterday's high. We broke the day before. It's kind of rejecting the day before's high. I wanted that 130 price. It wouldn't. Yeah, this is looking like a solid support now. We'll see. I mean, it's only been 30 minutes, but this is definitely out of character that we've seen in the last, I don't know, few weeks, like month. Yeah, basically month. So might be the sign of the bottom. Wake me up goes past 3. You're not averaging down here at all? Yeah, the volume's huge. Yeah, that's crazy. There's that huge buy order at, it's not even there anymore. What's going on here? There's a $500,000 or half a million share order at 1.3. Now it's only 200,000. I wonder if they picked it up already. Up here. So it is rejecting yesterday's high, but so far this is looking totally out of pattern. So very good so far for a bottom and potentially not a gap fill down here at the last one. We only had a little ways to go. It would have been too easy, maybe. Been too easy if they just filled the gap and then went from there. Can't have that happening. You need to learn to sell cover calls. If we get like a couple 100% days, you're gonna want to sell some calls. Thanks guys for your likes. We're at 15. It's kind of pitiful for how many of you are in here and how good of price action I'm providing for you on BBBY, but you know, it's still early, I suppose. Spy's setting up kind of a bear flag of sorts. Not looking good. Still half asleep. What's BBBY hits 2? You drive a tough bargain, Moonpower, but okay. I'll send it to 2 for your like. Yeah, this is looking good. Look at all that volume there. That's crazy. So it's possible we just have big volatility too and we still fill the gap. Which, still, this is a good sign though. Very uncharacteristic. Because our spikes the other days were nothing like this. Not this big and not this much volume. Well, let's see, actually, that day. This day was pretty close, actually. Not this big, I don't think. Let me see here, let me check. It was 18% from bottom to top, that's crazy. Maybe just caught some day traders in there too, honestly. That was 12%, yeah, so it was more than that day. That was that big reversal day. Lunar's still going on the resumption. There you go, 91%. Got a long ways to go. But yeah, you could try and dip by that guy. Seemed pretty illiquid though. Yeah, 12 million. Whew. Gonna get halted again. Look at that volume. 500,000, but it's probably gonna halt on that. So actually consolidating up here. Look how high VWAP is. I'm gonna grab some more shares. I was gonna do cash secured puts, but I'm kind of being a degen and buying shares. Alright, maybe I'll do the rest in cash secured puts. I did half the capital on here that I wanted to spend in shares. We'll do the other half in cash secured. I already have these cash secured puts though. These 2.5s. Doesn't tell me my new cost basis, but I'm assuming I brought it down pretty good. My old buying price was 423, and I just picked up. I just bought. What did we buy? Like 2,000. Yeah, like 2,000. Morning, Jason. What's the normal volume for a day? It's been declining, but still super high. Normal, like before all this stuff. I mean, this was still pretty high too, but under 10 million looks like average maybe. And then since we've had this move after earnings, we've been 20 million, 100 million, 50 million. Hasn't actually really been declining. The last few days it's been in the 50 million range. And then today we already have 20 million, so definitely good volume. Carvana's getting wrecked. Yeah, they had bad earnings, I think. Okay. Okay, I put an order for some cash cleared puts. I'm in below VWAP here. We'll see. This could just be another one of these spike days, but it so far it's different. I mean, more volume, more price action. Mara's kind of just tied to crypto. So if crypto rallies, then yeah, you can see it move. Fly consolidating down here, setting up a bear flag. Looks like we'll probably get new lows. Thank you guys for your likes. You getting some lag? Got 23 of them. Well done. $24, $25. Thanks, Tarek. Yeah, there's new lows on SPY. 393.46. Nat gas is holding up above VWAP. Don't know if I'm more long or short on SPY. Or more long on nat gas or. Yeah, I don't have. Oh. BBY is coming down here a little bit more. See what happens here. Yeah, I don't have buying power. I don't think I can even open. GME broke my E-Trade account. There's a flush on SPY. $20 row. Every time I buy it. Start buying it when it's red then, if you aren't averse to seeing it go down after you buy it. Crime. There's a bounce on SPY. Oh, is that earnings causing that rally and beyond? My cash card puts on BBY filled. So it was 500 in credit. Open up 25 of the $1.50 for next Friday. Weird Hellbase didn't move on that news of them offering that dividend or whatever. The digital dividend coupons. Marvel? Okay, nat gas coming a little bit below VWAP here. BBY did make a move back down. We'll see though. A gap fill down here now would be huge intraday volatility. Well, it's had a few squeezes. BBY's had a few squeezes, so possible it has another one because it's priced for bankruptcy right now and doesn't seem like it's going bankrupt anytime soon, at least. So it does have all the recipes for a squeeze. One little catalyst to set it off, basically, is what we're waiting on. Like GME did, no, probably not. No, because you're talking like it going up to $450 almost from here. GME's bottom was like $4. I guess this one's at 1, so no, I don't think it could do that. I mean, it depends on the catalyst, though. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The people that are in BY aren't scared of options. The options chain is loaded, so we don't see this on GME anymore. So maybe. I mean, it's set up similar to GME. GME was lots of headlines about GME going bankrupt, and when the share price was in the single digits, and you know, the earnings were awful, and they were in debt, and you know. Eyes coming down more here. They give leverage. Options give you leverage. Depends on which side of the option you're on. They give you leverage. They give you insurance. They give you a hedge. Turka, turka. Yeah, it is. Troika. The squeeze did save GME, yeah. They would offer shares at a really high price and pay off all their debt and have $1 billion in cash and $1 billion in inventory, and but that the catalyst from that was Ryan Cohen, really. Without some takeover leadership, nothing like that would have happened. Not to that extent, at least. Showing a little support here on that 50 moving average on BBY. Still below VWAP. Okay, I'm gonna pick up some more shares here. Okay, 3,500 more shares. Okay, I have an order for more cash secured puts. Oh, spy chart DV. In Discord? You have shares on Turka? Max Pain is actually $2, but yeah. Or actually, did it change? Let me see. Max Pain's now $1.59. Okay, yeah. So it looks like we're gonna hit Max Pain actually. That's funny. Yeah, it's starting to active. Arctis Nova Pro headset dividend. Legit. So I think I've got enough exposure now. That's interesting. Yeah, Max Payne came down pretty significant from $2 to 159 in like 1 or 2 days, and now we're literally like right there. So since we're close to it now, I assume we will close near it, unless this thing just wakes up and goes crazy, and then comes down, but not far enough. You're in Turkey also. Morning, my next bear. You missed just some morning volatility, a lot of volume on BBBY, and serious support. It didn't fill the gap, but I don't think it will now. Or I think less likely. I pretty much made my purchase already. I could get more. I don't think I will. I suppose if it comes down to that gap fill, I might. But so far, it's looking like it's building a floor. This is different than what we've seen the last month on it. Amount of volume and the price actually upside. We had an 18% swing from low to high, and it's come down, but it's still hanging out around VWAP, up 5%. So first real green day potentially in the books. Those were not really. Tick up on RSI, that's nice. We'll see. We have an RSI divergence here on the hourly. Yeah. So Max Payne is the price at which the most options expire out of the money. So you gotta look at all the options and all the open interest on them, and there's a certain strike price where the majority of calls and puts are out of the money. Yeah, that's the speculation. Is RC is somehow still in it, or yeah. Posted Turkin trades. Yep, certainly a nice move. So I got a partial fill. I'm selling 50 cash secured puts, 50 more cash secured puts for next week on BBY. $1.50 strike. So it'll be, if they all get filled, I think it's $1,000 in credit. Buy's coming down more. GME is just off today. Fair value prices. Well, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. That's the thing. They've been pretty hush. I mean, they've told us some stuff. There is some secret investor basically, and we don't know who it is or what their plans are. So I mean, that's going to change everything. But right now, I think it's undervalued if it can turn things around, which that's up for debate. But they're on the right path. The market cap right now is 181 million. So a company that does over $1 billion in revenue just in one quarter, it's unusual for the market cap to be that low, or to be worth that little. Force of habit. Lies and meltdown. Nice bullish bottom here on nat gas. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get another contract of nat gas. East? No. Let's see. Varsity buys BBY, I'll sell every share I own and at a loss out of spite. What? Buy's moving up a little bit. Oh, BBY starting to bounce. A little more above VWAP. I just like want more. I didn't. Okay. No, I'm done. Actually, one of my plans was to get a bunch of shares, like more than I should, and then just do cover calls on them straight away. Just do a straight up buy right, which might not be a bad strategy. I'm over leveraged on it. Just a nice little hedge to protect some gains to some downside. Needs to break 164. Yeah, I mean, we broke yesterday's high, which was bullish. First time we've done that in a long time. And then we broke 2 days ago high, but it kind of rejected. So looks like it's on its way back up, maybe to break that high again. I just picked up another 5,000 shares. I had to do it. I love that it doesn't get pulled with the market. That's such a refreshing thing. Not that we've seen, at least. It's like, why keep trading GME? It's just the SPY. Might as well trade futures on the SPY. It's like trade futures on GME. No, I don't think we're going to see 150. Well, wait, maybe one. I mean, we could have come back down here. That gap fill, I'm not as confident anymore. I think that gap fill might be off the table. I went in basically with the purchase I was going to do at 130. Yeah, I made it today already. So, and then some actually. I was going to try and have some discipline down here. But yeah, I did it here. So, it's still buying power becomes low, but I don't want to use it. My cat sugared butts. This is what's nice with those. Then you can close those for your profit and flip them over to shares if you think it's going to start. So you're going to get a lot better upside on swinging shares. Yeah, this would be a pretty big break. It was resistance from 2 days ago. Next one up, I mean, really would be this 170. Max pain is right here though. Max pain's now 159, so not to say we can't go above it. But it's possible, or 159. It's possible, at least if we're close to it by end of day, we're gonna come back to it. You know, even if we're at 2 at some point today, possible it'll come back to 159. Or if we're at 130. If we're down here, probably won't grind up. But if we've had a big rally before end of day, but it's not too far away from max pain, you can see it magneting back to that potentially. Or we just kind of hang out right here at max pain all day. I did both though. Actually, I opened up 1.5 cash group puts today. A lot of those too. I didn't want to put it all in shares. Just a little too risky for me. And yeah, but I did buy a lot of shares today. There's 1,000, 500, 6, 7, 8. So like 1,900 there. And then on the other account, I got 5,000 in the long term, and then 3,500 in the IRA. So I'm happy. We 10x. That'll be 100 grand. Dark, you already asked that question, man. You gotta listen. Max pain is the price on the options where the most amount of contracts, calls, and puts expire out of the money. You're welcome. BBY's hanging out pretty heavy up here. Pretty nice, good volume. We're over half of yesterday's volume already, and it's only been an hour and 45 minutes. This is Weeble. This one is Weeble. I use Weeble, E-Trade, TD Ameritrade, and Fidelity. I'm shopping for another one if you have any ideas. Yeah, GME's dead today. The IV is low though, so I'm gonna get some buying power from selling shares and maybe get some options on it. Thanks to all as well. He's merged with Charles Schwab. I hope I have enough time on my options on Tesla for it to come down. It's been holding quite strong still. Let all these play out. Yeah, let's get that. That's what I need. I think that's enough time too. Not quite. My expires like here, I think. What do I have? 17th probably. Up until here. Perfect. I do have until there. Why, Chess? Yeah, Weeble looks pretty nice. As far as desktop. You convinced me about 5,500 shares. Yeah, I mean, you could even do covered calls on it too, or at least on some. You're gonna reduce some of your risk. TD account, they will move us over in groups to Charles Schwab. I hope it doesn't change the UI and stuff. I like the UI on Thinkorswim. They said they'll keep Thinkorswim. That's good. Yeah, the app's pretty nice too. It looks nice. It's probably my favorite looking, like, legit brokerage. Eyes bouncing up here a little bit. Look at that VWAP. How weird. Oh, we're not gonna be able to use the app? The TDA app? I don't use it a whole lot, but when I have need to be mobile, it was pretty convenient. I just use a Thinkorswim, just the web version. The desktop one is powerful, but I just it just takes so much time to learn how it works. So I've just stuck with this one, which this one's kind of limited on. But I don't do a whole lot of actual trading on here. It's more kind of my theta farm. I'm trying to have it be that at least. So pretty simple, no spreads for the most part, and nothing too crazy. I don't like how it doesn't tell me wish it would tell me before I submitted an order if I couldn't afford it, though. That's annoying. Like, it'll let you submit whatever order you want, it just rejects it. It's like, you can tell me if I can't do this. Alright, BBY coming through VWAP a little bit. GME has no volume. Throwing money, have to wait till it runs over. I mean, if you're that hyped on it, you could always use Robinhood. They'll give you some advance on it, I think. Other brokerages might too, I'm not sure. Yeah, there you go, Tasty. Yeah, instant. Yeah, you might actually be able to get all of what you're depositing if you have Robinhood Gold. I know I never had gold, and you'd get like a portion of it. Might steal my lunch. Sounds more like a drunk. Beer tastes like water. It goes down easier. New low on SPY. Oh, you guys can hear it, sorry.
So you shouldn't have a problem with the advertising.
You put ice in your beer?
I would consider myself a light beer connoisseur, and I can tell you that some people,
yeah, short Fridays, it does look
to
nice.
make less calories, lose some of their taste. There's got to be a middle place. But yes, Oliver, not only do I drink light beer, but I've been known to put ice in my light beer, Oliver.
However, it's also in a glass, so it's very classy.
Yes, it is.
That's important. All right, what do we think about this market this morning, George? Tell us, get us started
snake
here.
preparing
We
to
got some
strike.
time for a little real talk.
Well, I think the market is doing what you'd expect it to do. It's pretty simple. If you look at the PCE numbers, a bit higher than expected. We're still trending higher, at least on the non-core PCE, above federal funds rate. And so the interest rates, at least on the 2-year rates, continue to inch higher. Now we're breaking above on the 2-year yields, the 280 area, and that's a higher level than we actually saw back in early November, when the market was actually performing quite well. And we're noting that as the yields continue to creep higher, especially since the beginning of this month, that's why we've had a poor month in the stock market. There's certainly an inverse relationship between yields and
coming down
stocks
more
that's
here.
being played out in the last few weeks. And today, again, not surprised to see the negative reaction to the
GME,
PCE numbers, which
it
again
looks like it's still
demonstrate the
pre-market.
stickiness of inflation. I mean, we got it from looking at the CPI, not the PCE, but around 9% down to, in the high fives. That's
It does have a gap down. I don't think it's gonna fill it now, though.
5 down to the target level of 2 for the Fed.
But you
and
said
I think inflation is here to stay,
BBBY.
at least in the
Yes, it does. It has a
near
130 gap.
intermediate term.
Today's so
I'm
bullish,
looking at
so
the
I'm
federal
just
funds
not
probabilities
thinking it's
now.
going to
We're
happen
looking at
anymore.
some probabilities out there going out to the end of 2023 between 5.75 and 6% on the federal funds rate.
Wanna
So
have
I
put
think
some
there
off?
was a lot of
Good to hear.
investors who got caught up in some hype associated with the expectations that we were at peak
I opened someone in half
inflation,
for
but
next
also
week.
peak rates, and
Well,
looks
I
like that's
sold
being
them, though.
extended out.
2-year breaking out.
New low on the
It
SPY.
does kind of seem like that is really what it boils down to here. We've only got a couple of options then. Either the 10-year follows the 2-year, and we get long bond yields rising again, or it doesn't, and we've got a bond market inverting even more and screaming economic downturn. Kevin, as we've been talking about, it seems like a lot of this just shouldn't be a surprise, but maybe it is because stocks got really out of whack the last couple months.
Stocks really enjoyed the initial break in inflation data that we got at the end of 2022 and early in 2023, but that has all come to a crashing halt, Oliver, as even so, we did get one bit of good news. In the new home sales, did you notice the number was up to 670,000? That's stronger than expected, but the overall prices down 8.2% in January. So prices are starting to come down in some new home sales. But then again, Oliver, the easiest dots to connect is housing and higher interest rates. And you see what George mentioned with where yields have gone since the January jobs number, 3.38, to where we are over 395. That is the velocity of that hike is just too fast to not make stocks a bit uncertain here.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe more than a bit, 2% plus now. NASDAQ making lows as we speak.
Yeah.
Thanks for the thought, guys. George Tillis, Kevin Hanks. Couple hours until you get that light beer, Kev. All right, coming up, got Trading 360. Thank you for joining MTL. I will see you this afternoon. Nicole Petalides is on deck from New York.
Pretty dark in there. She's the only one left. Remember those cash code puts we did on the paper account? BBBY? Here it is. Those are for next Friday. We did 50 of them, so we received. I actually did the same trade on my real account. Yeah, I received $1,000 credit. And now I just wait. Apple put up 48% on here. AMC position is down. Yeah, AMC is way more bullish than I thought. Here's my oil short if I held it. On February 22nd, Majory Taylor Green bought 15,000 AMGM, LMT, CVX, and NEE. These stocks benefit during war plus crisis. He tweeted on the 23rd, war is incredibly profitable and convenient. Then on the 24th, Russia invades Ukraine. Her positions rallied. That's an unusual whale tweet. Yeah, are you TL D'Amico? Are you in chat? You got to be up significant on your puts from yesterday. You got 20 of them. Zim. Thing is, the shipping rates have come down so much. And this thing was already... Oh, yeah, well, that cup and handle. We actually looked at this the other day. Nice cup and handle on daily. It's going to take time for that to play out, but yeah. Let's come back down to... Yeah, it's close. It's close to the prices it was. Maybe back to pretty good value. The dividend on this one was insane, wasn't it? This was the stock. Yeah, $2.95 a share. One of these was like ridiculous. $17. Yeah, that one. I remember that. $2.95 still legit for. I know. I kind of wanted this. I just. I need to rid myself of GME so I can explore a whole new world. Yeah, yeah. I think this is a perfect looking cup and handle. SPY is kind of moving up here. Look at the VWAP on SPY. We've seen that before on volatile days. Just super weird, like inverse price action going down. VWAP was rallying here. So might get a big move to the upside actually on SPY. I don't know. I just feel like something weird is going to happen when you see that. Yeah, BBY back to VWAP. MTG. That's my 2 cents. This is very strange. That VWAP business. All right. Bed Bath above VWAP now. I spent a lot more than my $10,000 thumbnail showed yesterday. Whoops. Yeah, I picked up like 10,000 shares. It's not a whole lot more. I want to go long here, but I don't know. I have to use a different account. August 50 puts selling off. I don't have futures unlocked on there. Maybe just a SPX call. No. No buying power for that. Maybe a SPY call. BBY is moving up here. Oh shoot, wait, I can't day trade on this account. Oh, canceled, quick. Gosh, Fidelity is so cumbersome. Oh, I'll let the SPY rally go. I want it, but jump on Robinhood, Ace. Or find a brokerage that gives you instant buying power. SPY's moving up. Bobby on my mind. Yeah, I mean 142 is the low today, but not so confident we're gonna get that gap fill anymore. 131. I was just gonna get at the money. Daily's at the money. Just for a scalp, honestly. Like hold maybe 5 minutes. Move up to VWAP. If it keeps moving up, just keep holding. You know, I can see it's coming up here, even starting to fill the gap. Volatility is here. This VWAP is looking really weird. Yeah, there you go. Yep. I just don't have. Yeah. Yeah, was that you mentioned it yesterday? We looked at it and saw the cup and handle. Someone was in here, I think, a couple days ago. Is that actually on here? No, head and shoulder bottom. This doesn't show cup and handles, maybe. 150 and beyond. Wait, attempt and beyond. Beyond meat, what's it doing? Oh, it's selling off. Consolidating right around VWAP. That's pretty legit. What's your position on Zim? Short. You've got that break to make, but it's, yeah, seems like it'll probably happen after this thing built. Even the RSI made a cup and handle. Eyes moving up here a little more. I don't even know where real VWAP is. Let's see what the futures show. Yeah, futures have a much more normal looking VWAP. Maybe it's just Weeble. See this? Shares. 8500, nice. Yeah, it looks like a good one for long term, for sure, with that divvy. And yeah, it's kind of a hybrid growth long term. Has growth potential, I would assume. And the volatility on it looks like, reminds me of Avi. Did it break it? Yeah, it did. Yeah, they were making gobs of money last year. I mean, the $17 dividend or whatever, like, that's ridiculous. That gas looks like it's about to move up. Can't, I can get. I don't have futures activated on any of my other accounts. I don't think. Okay, SPY's moving back up here. Maybe to this weird VWAP thing. Yeah, GME earnings could be a catalyst for major rip up. I'm curious as well. As I'm selling out my shares. Nat gas is ripping up. I'm trying to apply for futures on my other account. Takes like 2 or 3 days though. BBBY bouncing. Buys ripping. Jimmy taking on it. No, it's hanging out. It had a little pop with SPY. Yeah, I'm seeing the Charles Schwab. I'm having to fill out stuff for Charles Schwab on this TD account to get futures activation. There you go. Might as well have it available. Same with the options. Might as well have like the highest level options if you're gonna have margin. Anyways. You don't want to be sitting around waiting with a great opportunity. Ace. Yeah, good volume early. Solid price action. We broke yesterday's high, which is the first time we broke a previous day's high in a long time. A pretty long time, I think. Yeah, it's been happened here. Yeah, since the 9th. So it's been almost a month basically since we've seen something like this. The beginning of this month. So good signs of a bottom. People just were trying to front run that $1.30 gap fill too much and got too excited. Now here we are in a sick bull flag with crazy awesome volume. Yeah, I was on the phone. Little candle on GME, kind of with the SPY. Those calls probably would have done pretty all right. I was just letting someone know my position on BBY, what I did. And he wanted to play too. So he bought in also. So on the hourly here, we've got RSI divergence, 4-hour, where it looks like we're probably getting a engulfing candle. I'm looking for the bullishness, of course. I'm heavy on it now. No, tick up on RSI. Like things are looking good, at least for building a floor. Doesn't mean we'll just rip right away, but yeah, at least for a floor being built. Look at this weird stair-step VWAP. On the daily, we don't have an engulfing yet. We would have to close above 160-ish, 162. Then we'll have an engulfing to the upside. MACD is still bearish. That'll stay bearish for a while. We'll have to have quite a bit of move up on the daily. It's just been so spread out from the signal, and then it's just so far below the histogram that it's gonna take some time for this thing to really flip around. But yeah, a floor looks like it's being built, so possible we still fill that gap. But it's hard not to get hyped when we start seeing some green, some signs of support. I added a lot on BBBY, too much. GME popping up through VWAP here. I think I added about 10,000 shares. So 8,000, or no, 5,000 there, 3,500 there. And then 1,500, 6, 7, 8, 900. Yeah, about 1,000 shares, and then I did cash secured puts. So actually, that's true because those cash secured puts, I have 25 on that account. I went in too heavy. I've got 50 on here. Oh my gosh. That's 75. That's 7,500 more shares just in cash secured puts. Okay. Maybe I should do covered calls on some of those shares. Don't need to explain. I probably should. Let it marinate a little bit. Keep thinking about it. I wasn't really. The share count is more than I was planning on, and then on top of that, I've got like 7,500 just in cash secured puts, which is the obligation to buy those shares. 5, so that's 2,500. That's 50. 5,000. So yeah, 7,500. All right. Well, there's SPY making its move up to that weird. What strike I recall? I'm not doing any right now. If I were to do them, I'd probably just do 2 strike. I haven't looked at the chain, but you know that's a safe. You know, that's close enough to the money to where there's still good premium on a weekly. If I can show you guys. So here's the ones I did on the long term. So there's the 5,000 in shares. Then here's the cash secured puts. Here's the 50 of them. That's on the long term. I like the idea of cover calls, but gosh, if this thing like is at $5 next week, whew, gotta be patient. Nat gas is ripping up. I haven't been able to get more contracts on there. It's okay. I've got 3, which is 18 grand in notational value. Dang, maybe I should just get like boil calls or something. Yeah, I just talked to my brother in Tahoe. They said they got like 18 inches last night. What? Most of the mountains closed. It's just 40-mile-an-hour winds. You guys out there in that crazy snowstorm? So that's where I would have sold my contract, my calls on SPY if I had them. I could have waited that long. Because that's the VWAP hit. Got momentum slowing down, a little red here. Take profits. There's nat gas. Broke the high from this morning, I guess, 9:15. BBY, beautiful price action here. Bull flag, consolidation above VWAP, around VWAP. Really liking this. Hopefully there's not news of bankruptcy over the weekend. You're sick. You're sick. Oh yeah, I forgot about these shares. I got 3,500 on here. Wait a minute, hold on. They already count 5. E5. Oh yeah, I got more. Oh crap. 85. 95. No, yeah, that's about something like that. That's about right. So let's see what the premium is for these. Or BBBY. Next week, the 2 strike, 13 cents. So yeah, I would probably do something like that. But I can't do it so soon. Getting a little cup and handle maybe here on the hourly. No divergences yet to the downside, which is good. Only to the upside. Volume, I mean, it's tapered off, but it's, is it better than yesterday still? This time of day? That's what I'm curious about. Moving up here. Oh, she's getting a little squirrely. So 11:30, 10 million, yeah. Yeah, more volume than yesterday in that second hour also. SPY's coming down. I love that. Man. Can't state enough. This doing this without doing that. Like when GME goes, it goes and it doesn't really matter too much, but I don't know. All right, see if we break that. If we do, we're probably going to be hitting $2 today. Or yeah. Maybe not. Maybe 175. Hey, Furs. So the person I talked to, he just put in. He put in. I don't know. I think he put in 30K shares, which is a very small amount for him. But this is speculative, so. But 30K 10x, that ain't bad. Nice, Furs. Well done, sir. And 43. You bought them to this morning? Are you one of those chatters that always just somehow has the best buys and sells because it's always after the fact? It's magically delicious. Bit insane, not gonna lie. It's going a bit insane. It's a nice intraday bull flag. Breakout here. I mean, yeah, 177, kind of that high. That'd probably be my next spot to look at for resistance. Sorry, another phone call. Consolidation here is just as good to me as anything else, but a rip would be cool too. Hopefully it's the bottom. Maybe I got 20 if I sell them. I will make a lot of money. Is that what you're planning on selling at BBY? Or 2069. Hey, Jan. GME getting a little poppy too with the SPY there. Had some volume there too. Back when the SPY got poppy. This VWAP's still very odd. Shorts are fighting that 165. Yeah, so if we close above 2, that's gonna start a gamma ramp for sure for next week. We got almost 50,000 open interest at two strike on the calls. So I'm imagining it's gonna stay below there and probably close at max pain today, which would be bullish. I mean, not like that's better than closing at 2, but it'd be totally fine if it just consolidates and holds up here. Good sign of a bottom, good buying pressure, volume, everything you want to see for a bottom forming. Max pain moved up already to 160. I don't think I've seen this thing actually change intraday. That's actually really strange. Did they update this, or have I just not noticed that? This was 159, I think, earlier. That gas is forming a little cup and handle on the 5-minute. Market's down. Yeah, PC. I mean, it is hot. The trend is down. Looks like it might want to fill the gap, though. Those SPY calls, or was it here we're going to jump into them? Might have been nice. Actually, did I get them? No, I didn't get them. Alright, BBY looks like it wants to break. Shorts are fighting. Adobe's coming back. Getting cheap. Watch this volume pick up on this break. It's gonna get crazy. We've got a sell wall at $1.80. So could have a move all the way up to $1.80 pretty quick. 40 pre-GME. You're thinking the rally's gonna happen on GME before their earnings? Just moving with BBBY or what? There's an article in the Sun about BY and Hudson. I don't think BY's up on any sort of article. Oh, with the market? You're saying GME up to 40 before earnings with the market? I think we're gonna have a short squeeze on the market here, huh? I don't know if it's come down enough to have a big bounce.
Price target to 244 from 236.
Yes.
They maintain an overweight rating, but at the same time, you've got Barclays, for instance.
Post earnings
They
price
also
actually
maintain
flat.
an overweight rating on the stock because, like I said,
It's going to go up to 40 before earnings.
Is the industry
Positive
leader,
EPS at earnings and be flat.
Provider for engineering construction, but they moved their target down to 225.
Thanks for your likes, guys. We're at 31. I appreciate it.
Nonetheless, you can actually see all these targets are still above the current price.
Right, understood. George, as you take a look at all of that, tell me about
I was expecting today to be another big red day, and I was going to buy more. Not be so excited for this up.
Every time, Nicole, we talk about trading,
I was excited for that gap fill, but
is giving us the stock is
this
either
is cool
trending
too, I guess.
higher or lower, or it's in a trading range. And if you look at Autodesk, it's been in a trading range.
All right.
With the bulk of the price resistance and support around the 220 and the 180 area. So what we're going to do is we're going to structure a trading range based credit spread called a non-corridor. We've talked about this trade before, based upon the fact that that this report gives us the opportunity to do so. So we're going to go out to April with about 56 days to expiration and structure this by selling a 220, 230 call spread. That's again above the price currently, but also below the current price. We're going to sell the 180, 170 put spread. So altogether, this is sold for a credit of about $3.50 a share, or $350 a contract. So that's the total return of this trade, but the total risk is the difference between the spread, which is $10 on either side.
I don't know if this trend's going to stop before we make new lows.
So Your gain is 350, your risk is 650. And ideally speaking, the whole objective here
probably
is
have some
let the
bounce in
market
between,
sort Autodesk price out as we move into next
I
quarter's
don't think we're going to
earnings.
see one of these.
And ideally speaking, we'd
build
like
new
to see the
lows.
stock stay below the 220 on the high side and 180 on the low side. But there is break-even
There it is.
levels
It's
at around
starting to break
223.50,
out.
just in case
Haven't
the
seen the
stock does
volume
creep back above
kick
the
in yet.
220 area. And again, on the downside, the break-even level is
Volume's starting to pick
176.50.
up
So
a
it's a
bit.
range-bound trade. And what we want to do is have that credit of $3.50, a road to zero, as the stock hopefully trades between that 220 high side and the 180 low side.
All right. Thank you for all of that. George Sillis, really appreciate your look at Autodesk and all the disruptors this week. Thank you. Coming up next, we'll dive into the state of the consumer, all about the economy. We'll review the consumer sentiment data that came out this morning and what lies ahead for the inflation data and the Fed trading 360. We'll be right back.
Loud noises.
When traders
Everyone buying it should be happy. You will buy it and be happy. That's a huge move. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 1x, 2x. Sorry, 2x, 3x, 4x, any of those moves is great. Ooh, Bobby. Let's go, Bobby Boucher. Oh, it's getting a little rejected here. Let's see. That's what I call high quality H2O. Diaper money makes the wife happy. Wee. Bye bye and be happy. All right, 176. That's the next spot I see up there. Pretty big sell at 180. Bid support's moving up the chain. That $1.30 is still there. I think it was 500,000 this morning though. 200,000 now. But we're starting to get some up here. $1.45. You've got 145,000. This is the first time we've actually seen any kind of sell wall in weeks of this significance. My mama says. SPY, high of the day. Look at that. Cup and handle, going for that gap fill. Those calls would have done quite nicely. I would have closed them out here, most likely, but yeah, close them here makes sense. Maybe a little handle and then reload for some more gap fillage. But yesterday's low. Nice price action really to trade on SPY after it got through the kind of this morning chop. So if BBY is negative beta, will BBY get shut down when SPY starts ripping? Is that how it's going to work?
That mixed picture. We saw with Walmart, for instance, it was a strong December, but they are a big food retailer, and they did talk about how discretionary categories, for instance, have seen more pressure. So they put out what I would call more cautious guidance for 2023. I think we saw something similar at Home Depot, for instance. They said that customers had been less sensitive than expected to higher prices in 22.
Dude, what in the world? I can't understand that girl at all.
Good to see that people have been able to outline.
Okay, SPY's rejecting. Big wick up there. So it's pretty bearish as far as continuing. And it's right at that resistance. See if it has legs later today to break out and start filling that gap. GME, is it? GME is actually, oh, that's G. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Now there's GME. Okay. Okay. A couple of ticks of volume in there though. Don't even really have to look at GME. Just leave the SPY up. I open over 400 on SPY Monday. Maybe. Bed Bath not breaking out yet. Volume did pick up a little bit here, but not enough push. Might have to have another retest for some buyers at the VWAP. And look at that. We're now an engulfing candle on the daily. See if this holds. Have you guys noticed the max pain changing intraday before on that website? feel like that's new. Slave riders. That's true, Dink. You are up on it. I mean, it's something to consider. Something to definitely consider. You're probably up at least 5%. Nat gas moving up more now. You might have legs to get up to that resistance of that kind of range it was building, that floor it was building. I don't know what this sell-off was from. Something with Freeport, it maybe caused that dump in price on it.
Day, stocks are dumping after a hotter than estimated inflation reading bolstered the case for the Federal Reserve to keep rates higher for longer. This could make the odds of a soft landing contract in investors' eyes, and inflation concerns have lifted yields and the dollar, which are also pressuring equities. Now let's take a look at those four major indices.
Oh,
S&P
wow.
500
Oil rallied
down
there, too.
2%. Dow Jones Industrial Average off more than 340
Interesting.
points. The NASDAQ 100
rallying all
down
day.
1.75%, leading to the downside here for the major indices and the small caps. The Russell 2000 down just
Dollar's
over
rallying
1%
also.
on the session. To help me break
Wow.
down the market action, let's bring in my co-host Kevin Hinks. Kev, not surprising the market's down. We've got the dollar higher, pressuring equities. We've got yields getting back closer to that 4% level on the 10-year. But this inflation data was not what we wanted,
3%, 50
but
basis points.
not too surprising
Not what
on
they're
the
priced
upside,
in.
right?
Fed futures, Fed funds rate. Thing.
Remember that old song, Tom? Hot, hot, hot?
Yeah.
That's
Still
what
pretty
this
low.
inflation data was,
I figured it would have been
Tom.
higher than
I
that
mean,
at this
if
point,
you look not
after that
only
PCE.
the numbers, but the revisions to last month,
That'd be at
Tom,
least 50%.
This was just hot across the board. And
What's
I'll
was it
sum
Lunar
up
that
for
was
our viewers
halting earlier?
in the easiest way I can.
Halt,
Spending
halt.
outpaced
Nice little gap
income,
up there on Lunar,
and
though.
overall prices are
Consolidating
higher
up here.
across the board. Remember,
Little bull flag.
we were concerned about inflation coming down at slower paces. This is the first time, Tom, it's reignited on the upside. All the year-over-year numbers and the month-over-month numbers higher. So it's a problem. And for the market to be down just under 1% actually is a pretty good moral victory, Tom, because there's not much with the dollar higher and yields higher, crude oil
much to hang on to.
higher by a little over 1%. There's not much positivity to find here in this market, Tom.
Yeah, we have bounced off of those lows that we saw earlier in the session. One stock, Kev, had earnings last night. We talked about it on yesterday's show, and that was Block. Having a nice day, up over 3%. Let's bring in Jenny Horn, contributor here on the network, to help us break down this story. Jenny, this stock had been underperforming for about a year and a half now, but we're starting to see
it's definitely bearish.
maybe we might have
Like he just said, it's only down 1%
maybe profitability moving forward.
with the bad PC data.
And
so
Tom, there's a lot of factors that I think that have gone
that'll
into
probably
its
go
relative
up.
strength lately. This name's Achilles' heel, I
Market
think,
will
was
probably
its
come
tie
down
to
more.
crypto over the last year. So it is interesting to see that we have
Cube
settled
Smart for
somewhat as
REIT?
the crypto market has somewhat come back over the last several
I've got
months.
what do I have for REIT? I have
they have
O.
got to shake because there are other things to get excited
I have
about
O
when
for
pertaining to Block
That's the
or
only read I
Square,
have in my
like I
long-term,
so
actually.
badly still want to call this company. But it's been interesting. They've seesawed in reaction to the report when we did see adjusted earnings miss expectations, but they're non-adjusted. It did slightly beat on revenue that also did exceed forecasts. But their fourth quarter gross profit did come in ahead of forecasts and represented a 40% year-over-year gain. Now their Cash App business saw gross profit climb 64%, while their point-of-sale Square business saw a 22% increase in gross profit. Now for the full year in 2023, they do expect to post adjusted earnings and of about $1.3 billion, which was roughly in line with what analysts had been expecting. While this report, though, was mixed, it's interesting when Square was initially lower in reaction, analysts were saying it was bad. Now that we're higher,
Better than, oh, get out of here. What are the tickers?
So I would take that as mixed. It seemed like the overwhelming highlight was management's discussion of a new investment framework. Under this framework, Block will aim for gross profit retention of at least 100% for each of its ecosystems within the business and for the broader company, and also will strive for this rule of 40 based on the sum of its gross profit growth and adjusted operating margin. They also said they will start putting more focus on their adjusted operating margins versus their adjusted EBITDA to then give their investors a more clear picture of their cash at hand. Analysts seem to like this newfound approach. Honestly, as we see Barclays say that they actually believe during times of macroeconomic stress, investors have a much greater appetite to evaluate than the focus on a GAAP basis, which I thought was something that's interesting given the fact that we do report on both of these metrics. We also saw just a ton of other analysts come in up their price targets, and I was reading a report that summarized the analyst community today saying that, well, although expectations have come down in the last several months, we've seen 3 straight quarters of analysts on average have a buy rating. So there is still that degree of optimism, at least from the street, and I do think it's appropriate that expectations and price targets have come down. I mean, the stock has come down for the last 12 months.
Jenny, this stock, when it started, was such a darling of the investment community with its small business ecosystem and then its evolution into Cash App. And then it went too far, Jenny. And by changing its name to Block, it aligned itself with cryptocurrency. Now, this is a nice relief rally we're having here, Jenny, but they still need to get back to the core of their business, which is small business ecosystem, the Cash App, which is extremely popular. Or Jenny, is changing your name okay? Because I may change my name to Kevin Young and Attractive. What do you think? I mean, we can run some tests on it.
Kevin, I'm all for it, but we already know that. But okay, Block to me, I completely agree. It misses. Why doesn't the ticker match? That's still, I want to call it Square so badly. But also, someone should tell them that they're basically their rebrand came like a year and a half late, which I think is the bigger problem. And I completely agree that their peer-to-peer, the Cash App, is something that has been a huge success for the company since really their inception. That is an area that they need to focus on. And I think that Cash App also needs to go a little bit of an identity reform because unfortunately with their tie to crypto, Cash App has become, I'd say, almost like the black market peer-to-peer payments. Like whereas Venmo, I think, has a fairly good reputation. I've spoken to people that use Cash App and say it's not necessarily usually for the most, forthcoming of things, to say it nicely. So Cash App does need to undergo some rebranding, I think, to then compete with the mega cap that is all things PayPal.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe some leadership changes needed or new direction, as Kevin noted here. All right, thanks to Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on the network, for helping us break down Block post-earnings. But now let's welcome in Alex Coffey, senior equities contributor here on the network. Alex,
I love Cash App.
Here on the markets, we're weak. Inflation data that the Fed really keeps their eye on with that PCE year over year up 4.7% on the core. I mean, these are numbers that the Fed didn't want to see, but they're there, and they probably have to react.
You know, Tom, sometimes it's difficult to try to commentate around markets and provide a narrative that makes sense. It takes some second, third level thinking. Today is not one of those days. This is a pretty face-up type of a market reaction. You have hotter than expected inflation data. You have signs that the economy itself is holding on, if not doing just fine in many aspects. Low jobless claims this week, consumer sentiment remaining somewhat robust relative to where it's been. Housing data that looks pretty strong. Combine that with hot inflation and this optimism around the Fed being closer to done than not.
That gas coming down here a little bit.
Fading.
Back to
And
be
so
wop.
I
I'm
think
gonna have to
that
wait
we're
till
starting to see this higher for
I don't know,
longer interest
probably
rates,
Monday before I can
narrative solidify
have buying power for
itself.
more
You now
futures.
have rate hikes basically fully priced in for the 3 consecutive meetings. That's not really the case prior to this week, and so you start
What's up,
looking
man?
at that. Well, what are the ripple effects? Well,
Welcome.
higher rates. Next is, okay, what does higher rates do? Usually helps the dollar strength a little bit. What does that do for stocks? Well, it makes things like high growth tech a little bit less attractive, and that's what you see today. You see a NASDAQ that is leading to the downside, see rates higher, and you see a dollar that's a little bit stronger. So face up, I don't think it takes a ton of deep thinking to really explain today.
Yeah, you have the dollar near just over 6-week highs for that dollar. Also, yields rising here, Kev. We've got that 10-year near 4%. We haven't seen that for about 3 months now, and that is pressuring equities. And now we've got the probability of 50 basis point hike, according to the CME FedWatch tool, Kev, up to about 30%. Is this the right method? If you look at what Fed President Mester said today, she would support a 50 basis point hike, and maybe the economy needs it because, as to Alex's point, consumer sentiment highest in 12 months, new home sales better than expected. So the data is not cracking like the Fed wants it.
And I'll give you a little bit more positive data on the new home sales. Median housing price down 8.2% in January from the month over month. So actually, the housing number, the new home sales number, was actually a pretty positive number. Higher numbers with lower overall price. That's good news. Here's the bad news, though. Core services ex housing was up. Over the 3-month period, it was up 5.2%. Over the 6-month period, it was up 5.4%. So remember, that's that part of the economy that Jerome Powell mentioned in his last Fed meeting. So that part of the economy that they're watching so closely is going in the wrong direction, Tom. And I think you're going to start hearing the 6 handle in terms of overall rates. And that's not going to be good for stocks. But Alex is right. The base U.S. economy is actually getting better. The problem is the Fed doesn't want it to get better yet because the numbers are getting stronger, not weaker, and that's not good for interest rates. Not
There's a little handle. We'll
necessarily
see.
good for the stock market, but the overall
Couple handles
US
on this short
economy
time frame. I'm not
is pretty
too
strong
fond
and
of, but
resilient, guys.
Yeah, do you think that window for that soft landing closing a little bit here, Alex? Because
it's right on that
I
fib
look at
level.
it, the
Look,
economy is healthy. As
we are
you
maybe
stated,
getting
right? These
A,
data
B,
points
C,
are
D
reflective
move.
of that. The jobs
upside.
market really tight at this point, 3.5% unemployment rate. That's tight. Can we withstand
go
maybe
long
the
again
Fed
here.
going a little bit higher here, getting that terminal rate? I'm hearing
Maybe I should. Let's see.
5.5%.
See if I
Jamie
can
Dimon came out and
finagle
said,
it on
hey,
this
maybe
account.
interest rates need to get up to 6%.
Oh, yeah, I
We need
can't
to
day
get
trade
some
on here.
pain
Never
in
mind.
this market. We need to get some pain in this market to get inflation down to 2% because I just don't see that happening over the next year.
So this is the right question to ask, right? Because so much of the optimism around the market has been around this kind of new narrative. So, a year ago, a year and a half ago, transitory was the big narrative. The new narrative is inflation's going to come down and we're going to have this soft landing. We're going to skirt the prospects of some sort of recession in the U.S.
Let's build my pressure up there at the highs on
bankruptcies are upticking
BBBY.
very, very quickly. And this stuff happens quickly. There's sort of that old phrase,
Be a
how
big buy right
did
there.
you go bankrupt? Well, first slowly, then all at
$1.64.
once. And so it's sort of like that when it comes to this
101,000.
situation. But the reason I say it's the right question,
built.
because if we look at the prospects
Or no, they're just
of
lowering it.
what the optimistic case is.
Yeah, there
I've
it is.
already kind of laid out throughout commentary we've had in past months and weeks that you're really asking for a lot of things to go perfectly right. And the window is fairly small. You're essentially threading a needle. You're asking
need to
for
read the,
inflation to come down. All the while, the economy moderates.
You need to read the
but doesn't
DD
moderate
that
so quickly or
William shared.
deteriorate
It's
so
ridiculous.
much that it's actually, a brutal outcome for the consumer, both here and worldwide. And the higher the interest rates are, the longer they're higher. The higher prices are, the longer they're higher. relative to how much you're bringing in or how much you're spending. Because a big, maybe under reported metric in that personal income and outlays is spending was up faster than the income metric was up. The longer that happens, the more pressure it puts on the economy.
Yeah.
Naturally, over time, you're going to have less to spend. And that's why you see things like the dollar uptick. You start hoarding dollars in times that are a little bit uncertain. So I would say it's too early to tell. But the more you plan for higher rates for longer and stickier and more stubborn inflation, naturally the odds of that soft landing are going to go down. They have to.
Yeah, and I think Alex brings up a good point here, Kevin. The saving rate's going down. Consumer credit is rising at a very quick pace. So, yeah, maybe the economy is doing well right now. Services are doing well. Travel, look at Booking.com's earnings last night after the close. But that's the quandary here is that, yeah, people are spending, but eventually down the road, the lag effects are going to come into play, and that's when you're going to see some pain maybe for the economy or for the consumer, right?
Yeah, I wish I could put a date on eventually, because that would really help us out here a lot. I mean, yes, I think everything that we talk about here is going to get better eventually. I just don't know when that is, Tom. And you know, these things can go on for quite a long time. And you look at the overall economy, and Alex is right. You guys are right. Some of the spending, some of the borrowing, the overall numbers are starting to come down. Yet, the spending data, look at the spending data, up 1.8% in terms of consumption expenditures, even with an income that only went up 0.6. That's unsustainable in itself. With higher prices, you did get, like I said, the housing number was a nice little respite, but you expect housing to weaken quickly, right? When interest rates are going higher. And if you're looking for what to do about stocks, guys, when the unemployment number came out, non-farm payrolls came out, 10-year yield was 3.38. Now look at it. There is why stocks are struggling, guys.
Yeah, and we're going into that selling season for new home sales. But Alex, real quick here, moving into, that debate that a lot of people are having, threading that needle, getting that soft landing. At this point, when you look at the equity market as a whole, we're at key, resistance level now because we've broken that 50-day moving average in the S&P 500. But, could this be one of those years where we're just volatile and flat, and you just got to be a little bit more, on edge or resilient in this type of market?
I think so. I think it's all relative. Last year, I think, was a fairly volatile year, obviously. You had VIX at times in the high 20s and spending time in the 30s. Right now, we're at 22. It's elevated on historical levels, so it's all relative. You had years like 2017 where you had VIX sub 10. We're probably not going back to that regime anytime soon. I think it's natural to lower interest rates are going to suppress volatility because there's less competition for capital. So one of the biggest takeaways now is fixed income is actually attractive to a retail investor. You actually could go out and buy a treasury bill, and it's not beating inflation, but it actually is providing something in return outside of just that principal appreciation that you would see in some of those fixed income products. So more competition for capital.
That's a nice view up. I like it.
More worries about that capital right now, especially as layoffs and things are upticking, but also just the cost of things has gone up.
Get a breakout, it probably will.
But when you're looking at this year in particular, the big question mark is that it's a catch-22. If the Fed stops, why did they stop? Well, probably because times got a little bit tougher. Right. If they didn't stop, well, it's probably because inflation is still rearing its ugly head. And so that needle of opportunity has to be threaded so tightly in order for this to be a soft landing. We stamp out the inflation, and if that's the best case scenario, that's your only optimistic scenario, you just have so many things that are potentially negative, and I think that's the key reason you see VIX basically at the highest levels we've seen since mid-December.
Yeah, a one-year yield at about 5%.
No, SPY's not one. It doesn't look like
4.8%. These are levels
they're
we
up and
haven't
engulfing
seen over
here.
a decade. So yeah, competition for
might be coming back down
some
to the lows.
return here with treasuries maybe coming online. All right, guys, take a quick break here, and then when we come back, we're going to discuss Boeing, which is.
I love that shot. The wide angle on the jetway, so cool looking. North Korea has provided arms to Russia. Russia's Wagner Group. Oh, there's little volatility to the downside. It's interesting. It was kind of correlated with SPY there. SPY's kind of flushing a little bit. I think we had a Fed speaker today. Bullard. Bullard speaks. Oh, he's been speaking 11:30. He must have been what caused some of this rally. Oh, he started right here. 1:30 we have Susan Collins and Waller. Oh, so I'll move down, maybe with the SPY. There goes GME. See if it holds at 1940 today. Big yearly level. Yeah, gotta see this excuse me. So here's a post by Frequent Designer on BBBY subreddit. The attorney on the G-America trademark that actually went live or something yesterday is Andrea Calvaruso. Calvaruso. And she's from Kelly Dry and Warren LLP. So that's G-America's attorney for the trademark. Kelly Dry and Warren LLP, where she works for, is also working for Bed Bath & Beyond. To Bed Bath & Beyond, we have Sarah Fabian. She's a trusted advisor on their legal team. Interesting. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. Maybe not. Maybe they're just a really popular, well-liked firm. BBBY just wicked there. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, Buller is usually bearish too, right? But yeah, yeah, that's right. If they're not overly bearish, then it's hype. It's rally. Yeah, Waller's at 130. Got an hour for him. Buller, Little Wayne, dude. Maybe. I don't. He's the one that spoke yesterday. I don't know if that was Bullard yesterday or not. And then this little thread. Oh, give me old Reddit. So this thread by Edwin Barnes. Let's see. He he basically just looked at the filing from RC Ventures. BY is getting pretty volatile there. Reopen that. Oh, why is that an old? An old Reddit. So his speculation is that, oh man, I wish I could get it on new Reddit. Can I just take out the old? Will it work? Or is it like in a different, on different servers or something? Oh no, I got it. It worked. I don't know why it linked to old automatically. Salami? Gain is a gain. Well done. Well done, Raul. I mean, 10% move. Did you buy it this morning? Because if you bought it in the last week, you're probably still down on it. So is that just FUD or? Some people just like the old look. Some people. $145. Yeah, you sound like one of those other chatters that somehow magically has the lowest buy-in and the highest sell after it's happened. So you day trade a stock that went up 10%. Well done. Yeah, more like 15%. You timed the bottom perfectly, and this remains to be seen if you time the top perfectly, or the bottom actually. Maybe it comes back down. Anyways, so this is what he's speculating. A reverse triangular merger transaction. I thought he was joking. I've never heard of this. And I was like, oh, okay, he's serious. But GameStop the buyer buying voting stock of BBBY. BBY merges with RC Ventures, and then they have a spin-off of Bye Bye Baby. I think or no, a spin-off into Teddy. This is the merger into Bye Bye Baby and a spin-off into Teddy. That's on this DD. I haven't read yet, but yeah, kind of interesting, the conclusion. Liked it. You watch all week, so you saw the double bottom 145. It wicked down here. That wasn't a double bottom. It broke the low. Teddy triple DD. But yeah, sounds good, man. That's doing better than most on BBY probably. Spies come down here a bit. Could be the worst merger in history. It's cheap. No, yeah. So in this DD, you're basically your Bed Bath shares would be worthless, and you'd get shares of Bye Bye Baby. Yeah, you guys would have to read this this DD. It is pretty interesting. I think there's some merit to it. Bought it yesterday at 145. I'm the bottom perfectly. No, you can. No, I'll have to read this to you guys. That picture just got you all fired up. You saw this? No. No, it'd be under G America. It wouldn't be GameStop. It'd be new. It'd be Teddy and G America and that's the best price too. Nailed it by tops. Nice. Oh, Kmart. Kmart used to be really successful. Walmart beat them out. Cash only. I have level 1 options. Cash only. I have to wait for settled cash anyways, so it's like the same thing. Works for me. That gas is bouncing a bit here. Use Cash App. Nothing wrong with that. Robinhood to watch the chart. Why not just trade on Robinhood? Oh, maybe we are still getting a little cup and handle here.
Better probabilities of success gives you that worse than expected maybe risk to reward ratio, but you've got that really big cushion to the downside. Nearly 70% probability that the 190 strike will be out of the money. All right, great look at that. And thanks to Alex Coffey, senior equities contributor here on the network and also the host of Next Gen Investing. But coming up after the break, Kevin and I are going to be joined by Megan Brantley from Likefolio for a discussion on Chipotle, which is up about 7% this year, but is sliding sharply this week. Stick around. Fast Market's coming right back.
Feels kind of high, so know when you're buying, I know when you're selling. You have a stop loss on crypto with Cash App, huh? That is neat. All right, so in this post that I will read some of, he looks into the SEC filings. We're about to discover will make you marvel at the genius of this play. Everything begins with RC Ventures in his letter to Bobby's board. Here I want to focus specifically on this section where Ryan Cohen handpicks his lieutenants to run Bobby without the prior written consent of RC Ventures. So let me read that sentence, the whole thing. In the period commencing with the date of this agreement through the expiration of a standstill period, the board and all applicable committees of the board shall not increase the size of the board to more than 11 directors subsequent of the date of the 2022 annual meeting, or seek to classify the board in each case without prior written consent of RC Ventures. Immediately following the extension of this agreement, Ms. Bowen and Mr. Rosenzweig shall be appointed to serve as members of the strategy committee of the board, which committee has been created with an agreed upon charter to support the board's oversight and review of a strategic analysis of the BBBY baby business. During the standstill period, the strategy committee shall consist of 4 independent directors, new directors or replacement directors. Sue Gov shall be the initial chair of the strategy committee, provided that in the event Ms. Gov is subsequently unable or unwilling to serve as the chair of the strategy committee, the replacement chair of that strategy committee shall be selected by the full board. The strategy committee. Ryan Cohen formed a strategy committee for sole purpose to analyze Baby and help unlock its value. He also picked Sue Gov as the initial chair of the committee. This is important because later she gets promoted to CEO of the entire company and begins implementing a turnaround plan as of February 16th. She's still the current CEO. Last year in August 2022, a lot happened. As you may know, Ryan Cohen took a stake in BBY earlier in the year, but later sold on August 18th. Following that, mainstream media short hedge funds ran a smear campaign blaming RC for a pump and dump, and even tried to pin a person's death on him. Shorts thought this was their opportunity to sell our box BBBY out of existence. Upon selling, RC filed to make everyone believe that he was completely out of BBY. However, that couldn't be further from the truth. After RC sold, BBBY released in 8K on August 8th. We are pleased to have reached a constructive agreement with RC Ventures in March and are committed to maximizing value for our shareholders. We continue to execute on our priorities to enhance liquidity, make strategic changes, and improve operations to win back customers and drive cost efficiencies, all to restore our company to its heritage as the best destination for the home for all stakeholders. Specifically, we have been working expeditiously over the past several weeks with external financial advisors and lenders on strengthening our balance sheet, and the company will provide more information in an update at the end of this month. SPY is slowly settling down. BY looks like it's coming back down to VWAP. GME at the lows. So RC sells and Bobby releases a public statement on the same day to reemphasize that they reached an agreement with RC Ventures. That didn't make any sense at the time, but now it will. On August 31, Bobby announces their strategic update. You guys saw the strategic update. Strategy Committee of the Board of Directors, review of the inherent value of the company is Bye Bye Baby's banner. Board of Directors Strategy Committee will continue to monitor the Bye Bye Baby business as it preserves optionally and future value creation. RC's handpicked Strategy Committee prepares to strengthen the company Bobby with the goal of unlocking future value creation of Baby. Recently on February, this is an anonymous buyer. Recently on February 7th, an 8K file was released by Bobby. An automatically effective shelf registration statement on Form S3 filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission on August 31 as amended. This AK is important because it would soon lead to an announcement about Bobby being acquired. Hudson Bay Capital became the anchor investor and was in the spotlight. Meanwhile, it concealed the name of the actual buyer. Who is the real buyer? There was an S3 filed by BBBY on August 31st. And the 8K referenced it specifically. There was an S3 from Bobby released, and what's unusual about it is the way it was presented. There was a lot of witnesses involved. All of Bobby's executives and board members, KPMG, an independent registered public accounting firm, clearly Gottlieb, Steen, and Hamilton, tons of lawyers, listing of all their international offices. There was a lot of people to oversee this transaction. Well, what was a transaction? It was a blank form. This is the S3 filed with SEC on August 31st. Why go through all this trouble to have a blank form? Yeah, I don't think he's saying that the filing showed that RC didn't sell. Anyways, RC strikes back. Ryan Cohen buys all stocks. Remember that tweet? It was a meme after the media was pushing that he was buying Alibaba, Nordstrom, and all stuff. Nordstrom said we haven't talked to him in a long time, but yeah, we're listening to all shareholders. Alibaba, I think his position on that, I think, was old. Anyways, he was just kind of joking on that, I believe. At this point, it is beyond mere coincidences. What if the blank form represents the unannounced buyer that is currently holding the warrants to preferred stock with Bobby? If you've been following my G America series, then it's become clear. GameStop set aside money, $238 million for an acquisition. Bobby recently announced a buyer that put up the initial round of investment of GameStop set aside $238 million. Bobby recently announced a buyer that put up the initial round of investment at $236 million. and that successor shares will survive the merger and acquisition. So the current board at Bobby will retain their rights. I believe a reverse triangular merger is coming. Reverse triangular merger. Here it is. A reverse triangular merger is the formation of a new company that occurs when an acquired company creates a subsidiary. The subsidiary purchases the target company, and the subsidiary is then absorbed by the target company. This is where I got that picture. RC Ventures, LLC, when subsidiary gets absorbed, it gets deleted. Following the M&A completion, I believe there will be a spinoff of Baby into Teddy. Teddy with trademarks for furniture, clothing, children's books, and more, similar to the products that Bobby and Baby carry in stores. This is the most likely scenario since successor shares are involved. If this happens, GameStop holders will receive shares in Teddy. I don't think we'll have to wait much longer to confirm. Announcement coming up, birthday, Carl. So this was a while ago, actually, because this was before his birthday and stuff. We're going to say shares. GME and Bobby holders should both receive in Teddy shares. GME acquires Bobby that owns Baby. Bobby spins off Baby. Both own Baby, and spin-off goes to Teddy, which creates new shares for all. Infinity Squeeze Achievement unlocked. Yeah, so that's how I drew that conclusion. Yeah, I've heard he still has some shares in BBBY. But let me see what he says there. Let me look back at that comment. Let's see. On selling RC filed to make everyone believe that he was completely out of Bobby. However, that couldn't be further from the truth. Yeah, he doesn't like directly say that he didn't sell, I guess, but he kind of is implying that. I think he still does have some position. I think he has a very small position, but yeah, I mean, that's the one of many different scenarios that I've read about. That one was just as interesting with the reverse triple triangular move I've never heard of. Pet shares stock would rally. Not necessarily. If we knew, or if we had a big purchase and he had a filing, then it probably would rally. I think he could have bought back in though. To say he did, but buy's coming back down to that level. GME's volume is dead.
When we see pullbacks in Chipotle over the last few years, this has been a good buying opportunity, but who knows?
Right. Well, because you have to look at not only Chipotle itself, but the macroeconomic as well, right? If the market goes down, Chipotle's probably going to go down like it is today with the rest of the market. Now, so what I did, Tom, I did something short-term, long-term, right? Depending on, because let's face it, Tom, Chipotle is not a cheap stock, and it's not a cheap stock to trade. So if you use options, this might be a way where smaller to medium accounts can still trade a stock like Chipotle. And here's how, Tom. First, I'll do the longer-term trade. I went all the way out to April of this year. So when we look at an April expiration, Tom, that's 56 days till expiration. And remember what I said, February 7th, Tom, February 7th, this stock closed at, I believe it was February 7th, $1,722 on February 7th. 3 weeks ago, it was $1,700. So in terms of if you're bullish on Chipotle long term, 56 days, what I did, Tom, I did the 1500, 1600, and then 1620 unbalanced butterfly, Tom. And that would give you about 18, 19 deltas on the upside, but obviously a chance to do extremely well if it moves back up towards $1,600, Tom. Obviously, this is a bullish, unbalanced.
No, yeah, I know.
butterfly
He's speculating for sure. Like,
you're buying the 1500 call the stock's trading,
especially if he's
about
implying that
1480
RC
right
actually
now.
didn't
So
sell.
you need movement
And
towards
I
that
definitely think he
$1,600
sold,
strike.
and the amount that
That's
he put on
costing
the
you
13F.
about $3,300,
I don't know if he
Tom. That's
if he still has a
expensive
position or
for
not. I
some
haven't
traders,
confirmed that.
right?
Like
For
any
some
bit
smaller
left,
accounts.
or
So,
I guess we don't know if he's bought
but
back
I
in.
mean, the returns on that,
But besides
if
that,
you're
yeah.
correct, are pretty
To me, it's not
substantial.
really
Now,
reliant
Tom,
on
if you want to do
RC.
something a little more less capital intensive,
that write up was on a
more,
GME form, so it's trying to.
you
Or
can
GME
sell
read
the
it.
1420.
So it's trying to tie it in with
1410
GME, of course.
Vertical. I only went out to March 10th on that one, 2 weeks, and that's trading about $1.
Don, you added on the
Tom,
15th?
right around $2. So there's with a margin of about $1,000. There's a less expensive
Sun
way
article?
to play a bullish strategy in
I'll be in
Chipotle.
here.
That's only about 3 deltas, Tom. So I gave you a long-term play on the upside in Chipotle and a short-term
What does it say?
play
I've
in
read
terms
different
of
articles.
Chipotle
When that
between
news
now
came out
and
about Hudson
March
Bay,
10th.
I
So
read like
two
5 different
ways
ones
to
on
look
it.
at short-term and long-term in Chipotle.
Yeah, let's go look at this one we've got up
That
right
happened
here,
like
the short put vertical.
weeks ago.
March 10th, weekly series, 14 days till
With the
expiration,
Hudson
selling
Bay.
the 1420 put, buying the 1410 put, $10 wide short, neutral to bullish put
Yeah,
vertical.
that all happened like
Collecting
weeks
roughly
ago,
about a
saying-
$2 credit, so you got $800 in risk,
Hudson
but you
Bay
got
thing was
that
a lie,
big
and-
cushion of about $55 to the downside before you breach that short 1420 put.
Unless there's something
on
new,
this
I don't-
one. You've got
I
some
think that's
assignment risk on
old.
that short put, but this is the more passive, better probabilities of success, but a bit a worse risk-reward ratio on this. But it's a short-term position if you think that Chipotle has maybe bottomed out here at a key support level, 200-day moving average. So a good look at that one. Now the other trade is
Don, if it
longer
goes to
term,
$10
so 56 days till expiration.
this month or next, are you gonna hold
on
it
the
or just
call, unbalanced,
you're gonna sell it?
unbalanced call
in
butterfly
your
out
long
in
term.
the April monthly series, 56 days, so about 2 months. Buying the 1500 strike call one time, selling 2 of the 1600 strike call, and then buying 1 of the 1620 strike call, paying roughly about a $3,200 debit for that or $3,200 in risk on this, $32 debit or so on this risk profile we got. That takes your break even all the way up to 1532 to the upside, with the apex of profitability being at or near that short 1600 strike that you're short 2 contracts on. But even above that 1620 strike, it's really profitable on this type of trade, but a big capital outlay or risk outlay on this one, so you need that move higher, as you mentioned, Kev, but more longer term, more directional, but you're giving yourself 2 months in that particular position if you think it's going to continue to rise. Good way to look at that stock 2 different ways with example trades there using the option market. Only 27 million share float out there, so that's what big wide market, so price discovery may come into play on that type of name. All right, Kev, we're going to take a quick break.
Chipotle
But
has
after that,
27
we're gonna
million
talk
shares?
about Netflix, which pulled back about 9% so
Spy's
far
coming down
this
here.
month. Fast market's coming right back.
No way. Why have they not split? That's crazy. I didn't realize it was such a small float. What? That's wild. Buy's moving down. Volume today is now greater than yesterday on BBBY. And we're only halfway through. Sell and reposition. Yeah. Or you just sell calls on it if you want to hold it in your long term. Sell them at the money. Oh, Sloper box. Sloper box. Yeah, I remember this chart. I didn't know you were on YouTube. Oh, so you're bullish. You think it's gonna bounce off that downtrend? That's like the 200, isn't it? 200 moving average. What article contradicts itself? Yeah, we might be talking about the same one actually. I saw one that did that. Also, yeah, it contradicts itself in the same article. Down to April 21's 2 calls. You like the IV that high? Not doing spreads, just straight up long calls. Yeah, I mean, it's come down a lot, I guess. Recent one, huh? %, IV. Yeah. All twos. Or IV there. Alright, SPY's coming down. Same with Bed Bath. GME hasn't broken the low on the day yet. Oh, little volatility to VWAP there. So some bid support at $1.45. Pretty far down here. Have you guys noticed the max pain moving intraday? Look, it moved again. They update their site, or if I just never noticed that? It's now at 163. This morning's at 159. And it went to 160. That's because there's so much volume on those options that it's actually able to change it intraday. I don't ever remember seeing that on GME. That gas is bouncing here a bit. BBBY kind of bounced a bit off VWAP wick down to it at least.
Tom. I think any weakness in this name is really interesting to trade because Netflix is coming in as the dominant player in streaming, Tom.
Yeah, the trend over the last 9 or 10 months, Kevin, is still to the upside. This stock hit 162 last May, now trading over 314, but did trade above 370 just a few weeks ago. So wanted to look at that from a lower implied volatility standpoint here.
IV's already so high on them. You think you're going to get a big IV move to the upside?
Percent slide that we've seen this week.
For March.
And I wanted to look at a strategy that takes advantage of maybe a lower cost entry point, but takes a directional bias. And in this example, we'll use to the upside. The stock trading around 315. So looked at a call condor here, Kev. where you're going to buy the at-the-money strike out in the March monthly cycle, so 3 weeks till expiration. Buy the 315 call one time, sell one of the 325 calls, sell one of the 335 calls, buy one of the 337.5 strike call. You're paying roughly about a 410 debit for that. So that takes your break even to 319.10 to the upside. But everything above that break even is profitability, Kevin. It dips a little bit after 335, but this is
that's right. Yeah, it's
just
just an open interest. So how in the world is it doing that?
Point than maybe a vertical.
This has been changing. This
MaximumPain.com.
MaximumPain.com.
You need some movement on this one because your first long is 315.
Yeah, I guess it's going from volume,
right at the money on that first strike. So
ridiculous.
You've got a 315, 325
yeah,
call.
Rewind the video. It was $1.59 this morning. Went up to $1.60. Now it's $1.63.
Call vertical. Again, much like the Chipotle
doubt
trade,
they have that data, but I'm not sure why it's moving intraday.
If it were to go through
all right,
those strikes.
BWAP.
This is one that's got a
see if
landing area.
Retest lows here if it holds up.
Between 325, 335.
That gas bouncing a bit.
No real upside
Buys
risk.
coming down.
The risk is what you paid for the spread. Looking right around $4, just under maybe where it sits right now. But Tom, this is one. It's directional. You need movement. It's got about 9.5 deltas. But if you think this dip in Netflix is overdone, this gives you a bullish play in Netflix. It's directional. You need movement, but you're right at the money on that long, Tom.
Yeah, that break even 319.10 on this example trade. And you mentioned what you pay for this call condor.
You don't get engulfing on the daily. I'll probably sell
$410
calls
per spread. Now that break even, Kev, only about
1.5%
BBBY
above
the current share price. So you don't need a massive move to the upside to be profitable on that. But you want it to be between the apex of those, the apex of profitabilities between those two short strikes, 325 and 335. But as we mentioned, everything up above that break-even point is going to be profitability on that example trade. So another strategy that you can use on a bullish tint for that example there in Netflix.
Maybe it's just skewed. It is all weird.
Today here on Fast Market, but stick around right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
I thought this was Max Payne right here.
Break.
And the stock price? No, I don't know why it's all shifted. I think this is Max Payne right here. 163. Maybe they got a secret investor, now they have live open interest feed. Like BBY, secret investor. Let's see what's popping up on our naked put screener. Cash procured put, premium farming, screener engaged. What do you got? AMC is still on the top of the list. Potential return 72% in 1 month. 5 strike cash cleared put on AMC. How is it doing today actually? Holding up. Holding up alright. Really? Everybody's every 50 minutes. Yeah, I think you're right on the price updating. The thing it shouldn't be updating though is the Max Payne. Oh, unless you're saying Max Payne is $2. Oh, that could be what it is. It could be all skewed over. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Max Payne's $2 hasn't changed. Okay, that makes sense. Yep, sorry, I was reading it wrong. Good call. Created here. Why was I reading that so weird? Yeah, they're all just moved over. And this stupid thing over here. Okay, it's not changing. I have seen level 2. It's right here. That's GME. Took a little push down. It's hanging up out for now, but yeah, looks like it might. If it breaks it, we'll see if it holds support. This like 1.5. What about the level 2? Big bids, big asks. Yeah, 2 all day. So if we get a move up closer to there, I hate magnet up to there, but I feel like it only magnets when it's on the downside. that open interest at the 2 strike is big. 50,000. Highest open interest on the market. Really? That because of the 8 merge or whatever? Is that what being expected? Wheezy pleasy. Today's very good. Doesn't need a squeeze today.
But we're talking about this on Fast Market.
Doesn't need to have
It's a very face-up type of day. You can really easily connect the dots. Higher inflation data, what that'll mean for the Fed, what that means for stocks. All of it is a fairly straightforward face-up response. And I like days like that. You don't have to overthink it. Just makes sense. And I think that that's the big takeaway so far. Obviously, there's still 3 hours to the closing bell. But Jenny, it makes sense. The selling makes sense today.
Yeah, I guess I do see your point. At least we have some reasoning to back it. But as always on this show, we will focus on the individual movers today. And it's not all doom and gloom on this show. As always, we will kick things off with our upvote and downvote segment. Following that, we will chart and trade our upvotes. And our FOMO discussion today is all things Warner Brothers Discovery, which is honestly all over the place today. It was lower initially, then higher, now lower again. We'll dive more into their fourth quarter report.
I'll wait till end of the day.
If
we don't get engulfing, I'm going to sell them.
Earnings, also a nice lift in that name.
I'll probably sell 50 of them.
Seesawing back and forth pretty much throughout the session.
Just on the long-term shares.
Last but not least, we will look at some analysts making some more bearish calls on Rivian ahead of its earnings next Tuesday.
And the 3,000
It's been a while since we've spent some time in the electric vehicles outside of Tesla, so I'm looking forward to under 30 today. Block, of course, has been a big story.
Even if we do make new lows, this is a good sign of buying pressure in the lows coming soon.
That actually
if
is
not today.
In green territory. So
we still could get that gap filled, but
at least buck the overall market trend at least today. So that'll be a fun conversation. Post earnings, we'll look at Warner Brothers as well. That name, one that we talked
dropped
about
to 348%.
yesterday. But let's talk upvote, downvote, not endorsements, not recommendations. Tons of fun ones here, starting with one I know is near and dear to your self, and that of course
that's insane that AMC actually has the largest in the entire stock market.
Stretch here, but all things considered, this has been a powerful company for the better part of the last decade.
It doesn't look so powerful, at least so far this year, Alex, as we did see a pretty monstrous move lower yesterday as a result of its fourth quarter report, highlighting some weakness in its delivery business, which is, as a pizza company, a huge portion of your business.
They moved their
shares are down about 2%
premium
today.
Farming from GME over to AMC.
Worst performers in the S&P 500.
AMC IV stayed high, and GME is now
down over 15% now.
Low IV.
Week to date, but we did see analysts then update their coverage as a result. Morgan Stanley was one that did reiterate an overweight rating, but reduced its price target, highlighting.
I start farming that AMC. It scares me on the cash you could put side.
Downgrade shares to neutral from outperform while cutting its price target to $320 a share from $400, saying it's hard to argue with the near-term rebound, and it's looking for initiatives to translate to sustainable improvement in its sales, which was something we did not see, of course, in its fourth quarter report.
so what you're wanting to happen is that 37.5 put in April to hold on to some value, and that March option to slowly but surely decline and decay towards zero as that expiration date nears. And so the most likely chance for that to happen would be for this one to stay near that
like
price.
SPY
so that's
bounced.
what we would like
Kinda
to have
bullish.
happen here is that
BBY
just
just
sort
under
of
VWAP.
choppy trade near this price to give this one an opportunity to expand over the next few weeks. Going to be a slow moving trade more than likely, even if it does stay near this price level. This isn't as
Someone knows what's
exciting
gonna
of a
happen with
trade as
AMC and
we
probably,
talked
yeah.
about, but it's one that could benefit from muted price action near the 37.5 mark in Yeti.
And another name that hopes to recoup some
Yeah,
of
I don't
its
know what's going with
week-to-date
GME options.
losses, at least maybe looking
yeah, no
forward
open interest,
next week for the
IV
next
super
several
low.
weeks in Yeti. Although I will
Just-
say, the Yetis, they do keep
They
your
moved on
days
to
really
AMC.
cold or really warm, I guess, depending on,
maybe it's a good
pick
thing.
your poison.
That's true.
But we'll leave it there. Now, important to keep in mind for both of our example trades today, multiple legs can lead to
$5
higher
in Head and
transaction
Shoulders.
fees.
I see a
Short
Head and
options
Shoulders
can
on
be
the
assigned
daily
at
on
any time,
AMC.
and carrying option positions
Yep, there you
into
go, you too.
expiration can add
GNS.
risk like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now, coming up next, it's time for FOMO. We are
Record
looking
date's
at Warner Brothers
2/28.
Discovery.
Good reminder.
Shares are lower in
Oh, it
reaction to
took
its
a
fourth
dump
quarter
today.
print, not selling off. We'll dive more into what's why
Finally,
that is
that
coming up
RSI
next.
divergence. People are asking me, oh, I was looks like it's at a top, but it's held on so strong up here. Now we're finally getting that gap fill. Are you going to hold shares for that dividend? Or are you just expecting a squeeze on that day or after? I mean, if it works, it's supposed to rally into the ex-dividend day, right? That's kind of the assumption. Hope. I wonder if it'll get a rally into ex-divvy date. I'm sure it's closing. Or if they've already closed. That is a bear flag. You can't see the pole. Pretty bearish going into Monday, it looks like. Let's see, 130. Who's talking at 130? 130, we've got Collins and Waller speaking. See what happens here. If they're hawkish. That's true, we don't see many NFT dividends. Elba's announced their coupon thing, and we didn't see any movement from them announcing it, which is concerning. Yeah, that is not very convenient. Up next week? Maybe. If today closed with an engulfing candle, higher probability I put on it. But at the very least, today is, to me, is showing that we're getting close to the support. If not, this is the support. I went in pretty heavy today, so kind of hoping this is the support now, but Possible we still kind of catch that gap down there. But hourly looks nice here, little inverted head and shoulders. 4 hour, got a bullish MACD. Good volume on today's green. RSI ticked up. Now it's kind of flattening out. On the daily, the tick up on the RSI. Just a little subtle tick up. Yeah, this is Wallard right here. Or Waller rather, it's Waller moving the market, I bet. Hi trader. It's not already filled, no. It didn't get filled yet, so I went in today as if it did. Because today's bullishness made me think it might not. Help his Birds merger would be sick. I was thinking Uber should buy Birds. Since Lyft has their own. I closed out of my Birds. Sure, Brian. I don't think there's any gaps below 133. If you look on a real short time frame, maybe. Let's see. I guess we could come back here and look. I think all-time low is like 88. So if there's any gaps below 133, they'd be back here. Did I mess everything up? Yes. Why do you do that? So none on the daily below 133, or 131 rather. Doesn't look like any. This is weird looking price action. Why does this look like a penny stock when IPO? I don't see any gaps back here either, but that low volume, is that, they look like that. Just no wicks on any of the candles. Just even prices. It's really weird. I think that was from low. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, I think that's the last gap. But it doesn't have to be filled. I just suspected all the momentum was down, and then that was the next point. Then we bounced before it, so I'm front running before it potentially. Rode an e-bike today. Oh no, they're sick. Yeah. No, that's why I bought Birds. That's why I bought Hellbiz. The e-bike business and space has blown up. Depending on where you are in the world, you maybe don't notice it, but if you are in a place where you notice it, it is extremely profitable, or not profitable, popular. There's not many public companies that have exposure to it though. There is an e-bike company that's going to come public, I think, pretty soon though. Which I might jump in on. But yeah, I build little, we modify little kids' electric dirt bikes. That's my exposure to e-bikes. We hop up Razor dirt bikes. So no pedals, but still same deal. Be falling big on next to no volume. Yeah, the volume is off on GME. Yeah, I just was trying to free up what little capital I had left there for margin, and I was like, I'll just sell this, get back in it. Especially after they announced their dividend or whatever, and nothing happened. I was hoping for move in the shorter term with all that, but yeah, 130 is the lowest one. What it looks like, lowest gap on BBBY. Earnings on 310. What their bankruptcy plans are. I know, I guess they filed an extension to not get delisted. Everyone commutes ransom. Yeah. Yeah, they're very popular. Urban environments or like beach communities. Mountain towns, probably not as much. Or just rural areas. But any town, like big enough town that's not extremely cold or extremely hilly, I feel like they have a presence. Yeah, 60. Mine doesn't do 60 yet. My buddy's does. It's a little sketchy. Ours will do, let's see. Well, if I turn it up, it'll do almost 60, but the motor just fries pretty quickly. So I keep it around 43 top speed, but it's on a little, like, I mean, little wheels. Like it's, and we have upgraded brakes. They have like hydraulic brakes and keep it pretty safe. The frame on those is pretty stout. Like it's a pretty good frame. It's got, you know, coil over shock suspension in the rear and then dual forks in front. So they're set up pretty well already. But you want it to go 60 because then you can cruise it, you know, 40 if you need to or whatever. You have a Suron? Yeah, I know Surons for sure. Yeah, that's sick. That's sick. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of capital that ties up owning all these scooters, bikes. No, yeah, I mean, there's still a big market that doesn't have it yet. That's my bullishness on birds and Helbiz. Like, very popular, but it's still new enough to where there's a huge amount of market that it's just not even there yet. Given there's some like regulation problems in cities that don't want it and stuff. So I know Birds has had to like leave a couple cities, but eventually it's gonna work. They're gonna do it. It's just like Uber, you know. Uber had growing pains for a while. Cab companies were run by mafias and extremely strong and move the lobbyists and kick you out. Birds and that kind of e-bike mobility stuff, I think it'll eventually make it for sure. Heck yeah, I read that in the car. Got the control wire. You took the governor off? That's awesome, Don. Yeah. Yep, that's pretty sick, man. I know, it's fun just to cruise around, for sure. Yeah, it's true. In the suburbs, they're not quite as practical unless you got I guess, a pretty fast one, and you're willing to drive it on faster streets. But yeah, I guess going to the park or the pool or yeah, it's perfect for that stuff. So much fun. You just park it wherever. We live in a spot where we take it everywhere. My wife uses it for groceries. Kid uses it for errands. I use it for errands, and yeah, it's dope. It's super sick. Spies rallying up here. Probably move back to VWAP, and if it closes in this range, that looks pretty bearish for Monday. Absolutely love them. You say e-scooters, like stand-up scooters? Yeah, it's about all the time. Yeah, we get a lot of attention on ours. Even though where I live, everybody has e-bikes. They have multiple rentals, e-scooters, e-bikes, and then everybody owns bikes, e-bike rentals. But ours don't look like other ones because they're little razors, and they're more noisy. The e-bikes are so quiet. Ours are, they're chain driven. It's not hub motor. It's isolated motor, detached, or whatever. And it's chain driven, so that's all much more noisy. And then they look different, and they're fast. I mean, we're you know, we're cruising with traffic and passing cars and stuff. Battery extension. Yeah, skewers, go tracks. Nice. Yeah, you could probably, I don't know if you looked into it, but there's probably all sorts of videos on people upgrading the batteries, throwing in bigger ones.
Is a small down move in short time.
I know the razors, like, they all come with lead acid, so they're,
shorter
you know,
term, midterm trade here, but
they don't have many life
that's all
cycles and they're heavy.
Now, coming up next,
So
we will
a quick
look
upgrade
at
for
a name
those
that
is
is
just go to
moving
lithium
actually
ion
higher on the day. Finally, we are talking
or
all
lithium
things
iron
block
phosphate.
or square, whatever you want to call it. Shares are up almost 4% in reaction to a mixed picture.
And yeah, then you get more range and you reduce the weight. You could get more power, but you have to change your controller probably. Yeah, I mean, we heavily modify them. We basically take the frame of a razor. Have you watched if you have a Suron, do you ever watch that kid that reviews and builds and hops up Surons? He's got some razors that he uses electric and co. So basically like that sort of thing, but we kind of do it with our own piece together parts. We don't buy the kits, which kits would be nice, but they're just a lot more expensive. I like to keep it cheap. So yeah, I mean, the stuff on razors, since it's from China, it's you literally just buy motors and batteries, Alibaba or AliExpress. It's all the same. It all like plug and play. It's very simple. There's like nothing to it. You can build from like an MX650, like the Razor MX650. Actually, even Electric & Co. You can just get their kits and make it even easier. You can get a 60 mile an hour. They actually sell a kit now that I think will get you 60 miles an hour on one of those. Just straight out of the box. Don't have to do anything basic, just put on the parts. Let's see, here it is. Yeah. This one. So this doesn't come with a battery. So the battery's a big expense, but this is $800. Given you're gonna pay a little premium buying it from somewhere like this. But this fits MX500, MX650, SX500, RS650. So it's like a little crotch rocket. This is the dirt bike, like the bigger dirt bike. This is what we use, but any of these are cool. This just comes with a controller and then a motor, and your battery would be your big expense then, and then you just kind of figure out what battery. Battery could be another $1,000. But if you could go cheap and you could spend $1,000 and you could easily get 45, 50 miles an hour out of a razor. And depending on, I mean, of course, depending on how much torque and stuff you want. Like, if you're pretty flat, you don't need a whole lot of torque, and you just want speed, you just keep gearing it up. Literally did what I said. 10 moving average. Did you buy at the 10, Raul? Watch you do back from battery. Yeah, it's Suron kid. He's a kid. He kind of terrorized the streets a little bit, but it is fun to watch. He's sponsored by Electric & Co. I think he's all over this website. But yeah, this is 11,000 watt. Oh, you can see it down here. So 76 volt, 24 amp hour battery. You have that, you get 2 to 4 hours wheels rolling on average. Top speed 60 mile an hour with gearing 60 plus. So we have 72 volt batteries on ours. Or on one of mine I have a 72 volt 20 amp hour, and the other one I have a 48 volt, I think 15 or 20 amp hour. And then we use Kelly controllers. The battery management system we get, it just comes with the battery. We just get batteries off of eBay or Amazon. They're not the best, you can't turn them up crazy, but they're good for 40 miles an hour. 50 moving average still going up. Wait, what are you saying? Do you think that 10 moving average would bounce on the 200? The 10 on the, I'm not looking at the 10 200. I've got 9, I guess. On the 200 up here. What time frame? I do see that 50 moving average moving up still. Easy bubble wheelie. Oh, your Suron? Yeah. I've geared mine up just for more top speed. I don't really need the torque, and the electric torque is just ridiculous. Like, it's got plenty of acceleration. I'd rather be able to have it cruising at, 30, 35 and not be singing at the top of the revs. $2,900 they converted single speed commuter. Oh yeah, yeah. There's I mean, you can go on like eBay or AliExpress and buy. You could literally just do like a hub motor deal with a if you're converting a bicycle. They have whole kits like hub motor, battery. You can even just keep it super simple and not even do a hub motor. Just do the what's it called? The Copenhagen wheel or whatever. Copenhagen wheel? I don't know, where it spins the wheel. Like another wheel that you put on your wheel, your bike wheel, and it spins it. That's less efficient, of course, but it's super simple. 31st day, 32nd day on Reg Show? Maybe, something like that. Yeah, it's been on there. I'm not counting the days, but sounds about right. Already fried one. You fried a battery? Yeah, I haven't fried batteries. You fried a factory Suron battery? Oh, because you cut that wire. So you're on your battery, you have your battery management system. So some sort of, I don't know what Suron uses, but that protects the battery from overcharging, overvolting, overheating, undervolting, undercharging. So you're better off just leaving it connected and getting a new controller to turning it up a little bit, and then you can rip on it like ours. If I have it turned up, but I have certain parameters set for overheating or whatever, I can rip on it for a little bit, and then it'll shut it down or slow it down, pull it back. Basically just retard the power until it cools off. So you could do something like that if you don't want to go through batteries. That gas is holding up really nice. Oh, Rivian. They have earnings? What was I reading? I was surprised how much, I think how many sale, like Rivian's like number 3 on like EVs in the States. I actually saw, what did we see? We saw a Rivian. I saw a Rivian truck the other day. I've seen a couple of them. Haven't seen any SUVs yet. To me, they're just like plain and standard looking. Much different other cars. Many other cars I'd rather spend 200K on. Some cells failed. Oh. Couldn't charge. Yeah. Yeah, you can actually replace with individual cells. I don't know where you're venturing, Ace Ventura, but they're definitely in California, Texas, Colorado. I mean, all the cities. Illinois, New York, Florida. They're not like good looking, they just look normal. Nothing very unique about them at all. That gas. New high, maybe. Sort of close. At the hub motors. Motor in the crankset. Yeah. Yeah, the mid drive is nice. So the hub motor is nice because it's simple, and of course you've got your torque is even more instant, if that's even possible, but it is. But then you have the weight of the motor is the the unsprung weight that adds. Kind of hurts a little bit of performance. But for simplicity, on a bicycle, I would probably just do hub motor. But you can get the whole thing together as a kit, like a wheel with a motor. Or I don't know, maybe there's easy kits to not do a hub motor. Just do a motor like where your crank is, your sprocket or whatever. Seen pretty often. Yeah, there you go, Texas. Oh, you're talking about seeing one in Mexico? Yeah, it'll probably be a little bit before you see one at a Rio border town. So our cash secure puts for next week are up 17% today from when I opened them. And I opened them, it's not like I opened them at a good time. The only difference is that it was in the morning volatility. Like, I don't think I opened them here. I don't even know where I opened them. Somewhere around here. There's still a lot of upward momentum, but they're up just because of this IV slowly coming out of them. Now, if we come down, of course, they probably won't stay up, but. Bungie, thanks for joining the money
ego
crew.
on you.
The ego on you. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, Bungie. I'll throw you in the money crew on Discord. I appreciate your support, man, and your trades. You always have the big trades. The big ego trades. The ego on you. I forgot what I did for that one. That's awesome. Alright, so money crew. You can join me in the YouTube stream when I'm in there. And I think I'm going to probably start doing that more. We'll see. Still kind of setting up stuff for you guys on Discord. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Can't have the cartels need to charge to stop. How true that is. Don't skimp on the brakes. That's true. EVVWs. Yeah, the buzz. You the man. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I know you're IPO or IPO or whatever. I know. Well, I figured that out yesterday. I forgot that you were, and then I realized. He will wobble one of us. Pastor Narcos.
Prices if they face a lot of competition from either Tesla or Ford.
You know, business 101, George, to me is sort of know your customer. And I'm not collecting
That's true.
big,
Hospital bills are more
fancy,
expensive than nice brakes.
consulting fees. I don't have all the info on market insights that these companies probably have. But to me, this just doesn't seem like a marketplace that is your first adopter of electric vehicles when you're looking at the guy or girl or whoever who is driving a pickup truck. And a lot of this is tied to work. So if you can make it work the same, I guess you can maybe cut some fuel costs down.
Melt back up here, see what happens to VWAP.
Against my point, but it feels like Beyond Meat at KFC. It feels like Beyond Meat at McDonald's, where just a little bit of second level thinking is how often is the non-meat eater going to McDonald's or KFC? Probably not that often. It's the same feel within this. But my question to you is more in regards to the Wells Fargo analyst, because I noticed that they had an equal weight or sort of neutral equivalent rating, which oftentimes are going to be kind of tied to either a market or even probably more likely within the sector that it operates in. But the price target is effectively where the stock is. Is that an implicit admission that they're just not that optimistic on this space right now?
Failing brakes.
See, that's a really good point, Alex. I'll address that latter one, because if you do consider their price rate at 18, it's right around where the stock is trading at. So that is telling. It's basically telling us that there's a huge variance in expectations in terms of
market cap on Rivian still 15 billion.
It's a big question mark. And again, it's not necessarily a bad
I mean,
thing.
this has come down so much. It's still that high.
but they're not estimating very much growth for the
$500,000
company.
in
And
revenue.
I don't necessarily think that's the
Operating
case for the
income,
company overall.
negative
because of the environment we're
1.7
in.
billion.
It's okay if you're actually selling a high-priced good, or in this case, a truck,
Dude.
when with low volume, if you actually can cover your cost of goods sold. That's not the case
Oh
for
my
Rivian. They need to ramp up
goodness.
production immensely. I mean, Amazon
Ow.
has got an order for their electric vehicles for 100,000 units. Rivian can't produce that many right now. So it's really a balance of what is demanded for the vehicles, the prices what people are willing to pay versus the cost of production. And the scalability right now is just not there for Rivian. So again, the target seems to be modest because the company has about 13 billion in cash on 17 billion in market cap. So most of the share price you're seeing right now is cash, but unfortunately, they're expecting to burn cash of about $6 billion this year and another $4 billion, not in 2024, but in 2025. So that can change rapidly based upon demand for their vehicles, production ramp-ups, and so forth. And that's why these analysts are kind of cautious
Yeah,
on one
they've
hand,
been in the
more
game for a
optimistic
bit.
on the other, and expect variability and variance in
Seems
price
to be market
because
cap
of the
right now.
fact that things can
Really,
change
that's just what they do.
dramatically in either
They just
direction
sit
for a
around the
company
market
like
cap.
this.
15. That's just
And
crazy to
same
me.
is true to be, I would say, a Rivian shareholder.
What's even
George,
crazier
we
is
do
how
see
much has
shares
been
move
reduced.
Quite
It's come down
volatilely, as
just
we've
a
even seen
ridiculous
this week.
amount,
The
and it's
shares
still
down
so high.
almost 16% now week to date and down 5%.
I mean, this IPO is
but
like.
we will leave it there. George, appreciate all of your thoughts all week long. As always, George Tiller, Senior Markets Correspondent. And that also does it for Alex and myself.
Wow.
All have a wonderful weekend. Coming up next, we have the
Now, Lucid's actually, to me, is just as high. Yeah, 15 billion. There you go. Oh, their revenue is way less. Operating income's less also though. I just don't see how these ones survive. I don't know. Get bought out or something. The Chinese ones, I feel like those have more potential. There you go, 15 billion. Yeah, you're right. What's some of the other ones? Was it Xpeng? Is that a real one? What's like isn't the biggest one in China? Isn't it Neo? Or one of the biggest? This one's 7 billion. Still a lot. Oh, they're doing 6 billion revenue. Yeah, go with the Chinese. I mean, who knows if these numbers are real, but operating income negative 2.1 billion. Ugh. Yeah, I thought Neo was that's the biggest one in China, I think. You see. Oh yeah, BYD, that's right. That's what GDM's always talking about. We don't have that on our exchange. I think it's one of these. Weeble should have it. It's Chinese. There's a lot of other ones. What? PSNY. Oh yeah, Polestar. Nat Gas is coming down here. Back to VWAP. This was like a spin-off, right? Or did they SPAC? Oh, that's right, they were SPAC. 10 billion. No financials. None of that financial crap. Buys coming down here, just rejecting VWAP. Very, very nice price action for trading today. Get some info on that gas. Why is that dumping? Lee, that's another one, yeah. Lee Auto. Lee Auto. $22 billion. Numbers are a little better on that one. And nat gas bouncing off VWAP. Oil's holding up well. Dollar's been rallying. Yeah, there's a ton. I just looked it up. There's like 6 other ones. BYD, I think, is the biggest.
To $440. They are still confident that Adobe's going to be able to outperform the marketplace here, and that this deal
Starting to
would
get
be
some
a
barcoding
good
here.
benefit for the company here.
All right, well, that's some big news there. Tell me about Block Square as we know it. We saw some good numbers there overall. I saw it higher earlier in the day with some growth in profits. Where do we stand now? What's the news?
Yeah, we are seeing the stock up about 4%, coming off from the highs that it had during the after-hours session yesterday here. But they did report earnings that were a little bit mixed. When you look at revenue, they reported revenue coming in at $4.65 billion versus the estimate at $4.53 billion, and the adjusted earnings per share was actually a miss. That came in at 22 cents versus the estimate at 27 cents. But you are seeing some pretty significant growth when it comes to the Cash App side of the business here, which is a really good bright spot for the company. And they also provided guidance that came in better than the street's expectations as well. So we are seeing a couple of price adjustments, some upgrades happening at the same time.
Oh, that's not bad. Kind of looks like a Hyundai, actually.
Buy rating, and they also updated the price target to $95 from $80.
Isn't a bad thing anymore. They've gotten so much better looking.
Also upgraded Block to inline from underperform and adjusted their price target
back up to
$80 from $51. So a lot of optimism when it comes to this name. They definitely beat the street's expectations and provide a little bit of comfort for some of the investors that are in this name.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I see I saw at least a couple of outperforms there.
Yeah, it's like a Genesis or
moving
Kia or
higher.
Hyundai or something.
The markets are having a tough week. Next week, I know we have a couple of things on tap. Target on Tuesday, Tesla analyst meeting, and then it's going to be the Fed. I mean, it's all about the Fed at this point now. What are you watching? I mean, you know, as the S&P has a losing week overall.
Yeah, definitely. When the S&P 500 is touching
here we go again.
Moving average, that's going to cause a lot of concerns
Nat gas
for the
bounced heavy off of VWAP with a lot of
so
volume.
We want to see the market close above that particular simple moving
650
average.
miles.
Next week, as you talked about, Target.
Are those like Chinese miles or real miles?
We did see a positive report coming from Walmart, but they're two completely different businesses in one respect. When it comes to the grocery side of the business, grocery is only a very small portion of revenue when it comes to Target. So definitely looking at that earnings report and some of the economic data that is going to be coming out here. But we are seeing the rates approach 4% when it comes to the 10-year. That is
I need a coffee. I'm
a lot of traders in the marketplace today.
Yeah, without a doubt. So we're seeing, you know, I'm watching that, always watching that 4,000 level. We've basically been between 3,800 and 4,200 for the S&P. But to your point, we're down 5th day and 6, so the pressure's on. Thanks for all of that. Kevin Green, nice to see you. Thanks. Still ahead on the watch list, the CFO of Zeta Global will join us, discuss the cloud company's latest earnings and their outlook, plus a look at the biggest ETF flows so far this year. And the housing market. Is it turning a corner? This is new home sales came in better than expected. Our panel will weigh in. But up next, what does the reacceleration in inflation mean for the markets? What could be the best stocks for you to play on that? Much more ahead on the watch list. Stay with us.
down about 10%. But ultimately, I say don't fight the Fed. The bond market is taking
Freedom
a
units.
lot of money away from the stock market right now. And I say for those that are getting close to retirement and in retirement, don't fight the Fed. We've been talking fixed income for years.
And so you said consumer sentiment won't take a hit until stocks are down more than 10%. So, and you said also, which is a good point, I think a lot of people are investing in bonds. They're getting a pretty nice yield there. So where do you foresee the S&P 500? We've been basically in this range of 3,800 to 4,200, you know, lately, I'll say. But where do you see it heading between now and the end of the year?
That gas pro could be
Let's
up
put
to
it
the
this way.
downside.
How far down it's going to go, I hate to guess, but I don't think we're going to be ending this year with a 10 or 20% gain by any stretch. Here's the thing, Nicole, is that even if the S&P goes up, Powell's going to do what he's got to do to get it down. I mean, he's kind of in reactionary mode right now, and he can't, you know, there's two things that create inflation. Too much demand for too little supply, and he has no control over supply, so he's got to affect the demand part of things. So there's two things that will cause that to happen. Is decrease people's portfolios, their investment portfolios. That makes them not optimistic about the future. And if they say, well, I'm still going to go buy that thing, well, crud, now it's 7% to borrow money for it, you know? So he's affecting both of them. And I don't know that the S&P's got a really great, solid chance this year. I don't see it going up that much.
All right. Well, while you can't say the lows, you can pretty certainly say it's not going to be some major bull run at the moment. And things change. I'm well aware of that. Tell me about how much you think the Fed is likely to raise rates. We have our next meeting in March, and then you have May and June.
I think they could raise rates every time. I really do, especially after today's reports, because they're not liking what they're seeing. I mean, inflation is turning, but it's not turning quick enough. And I'm telling you what I'm a little concerned about, Nicole. I'll be honest with you, I was kind of the opinion that, you know, inflation would turn, Powell would back off, and things were going to happen quite quickly. But then I thought to myself, you know, when was the last time we had this happen? I'm going to tell you, inflation lasted through Ford, Nixon, and Carter. I mean, I was born in 1965, and it was high inflation rates almost until the 1980s. From the time I was born until the 80s, and I am afraid we may see that again. I think there's a new sheriff in town. These low interest rates are over for a while.
All right. Let's get to Brown-Forman. What do you think about alcohol?
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about this name. This is a pick of yours. Is it somewhat recession-proof?
Yeah, and alcohol is Brown-Forman, of course, $3.9 billion in sales. Now 30% operating margins. 30% operating margins. That's really good. $1.2 billion in operating income, $900 million in cash. Of course, they basically help market brands such as Jack Daniels, Sonoma Couture, and they're in about 170 different countries. And yes, alcohol is somewhat recession-proof. Matter of fact, the worse things get, the more people drink. Hate to say it, but it's true.
Right, understood. How about a name like Public Storage? When you talk about it's a REIT as well, is this a go-to as well? Why?
Yeah, and I'll tell you, there's a reason we like it. Is it pays a good income. Back to the income story. Pays a good fixed income, whether the price is up or down. And I think it's got a good long-term potential for storage. That's one thing that go try sometime to find a storage facility that you can get into in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Not to mention, now, Public Storage doesn't get into the big storage stuff, but boy, if you have something large like one of those RVs that you have to get stored, there's just not enough storage space. We have, as a country, accumulated too much crap, so to speak, and we need places to store it, and it costs money. But I think there's a good outlook for public storage.
Yeah, like that. And people do it instead of just cleaning up. They just load it all in there, and then they have to clean it up 20 years later. But some things you have to. Some things you have to definitely store. It's wonderful to see you. Thank you so much, Mark Falter. Appreciate it. Always enjoy our conversations. Thanks. Coming up,
I like those picks.
Another hot
bit of booze, bit of
print.
storage.
What do you think the Fed's going to do about that at the March?
That ain't bad. Put a mark here. What we need for an engulfing candle. That'd be enough. 1825. I could sell 50 of next week's. I did those. About 10 cents. That's not bad. Weird barcode stuff again. MACD flip back bullish. We got green over the 9. Might get a push through VWAP. I know what you mean, Donero. I don't have a storage unit, and I totally agree. I hate storing things. I hate storing things I don't use. What is storing something? It's holding something that you don't use. Yep, I get rid of everything. Even like in the garage, I'm like, I don't want to store this. Let's get rid of it. If we need it in a year or two, I'll just buy it again. Sell it for now. If I need it, I'll buy it. Yep, the idea of a storage unit is crazy. Sure, there's some exceptions for moving or downsizing or loss of family or whatever, but yeah, the epitome of excess. Paying somewhere to store your stuff. But that's why I'm bullish on it. People do it. Spies back up to VWAP here.
This, as you said, you expect the Fed to continue to raise rates. And what about recession, when people say recession?
You know, we're not there, and I think we're a long ways away from it. You know, I think a lot of you know, economists, money managers, a lot of people out
What's
there
a recession?
have been saying, you know, hey, we're going to hit a
That's what I would
recession
ask
this
him.
year. But our economy is actually moving along fairly strong. You know, we may not even hit that this year, you know, with the current jobs report and so forth. In order to get there, the Fed's going to have to, you know, continue to raise rates. And we're going to have to start to see the results of that. And we're not right now. You know, January's numbers, you know, overall, you know, families got a really nice pay raise from Social Security. You know, it was a warm month. People were out spending money. And with a fairly strong economy overall, you know, I don't know that we're going to get to a recession this year. If we do, it's going to be later in the year. But we're definitely not there right now.
Right, understood. At this point, what's your advice to investors? Because we know a lot of people have been flocking to short-term bonds because bonds are once again attractive. Even CDs in the bank are attractive again. But what do you tell investors at this point?
Yeah, great question. Short term, I think it comes down to what's your time horizon. If you're just needing short-term cash, a short-term place to park money, you can look at the bank or you can look at short-term treasuries. Again, I'm always going to go to treasuries because I can get compound interest there versus a CD that pays simple interest and I'm locked into that versus a treasury that's typically more liquid. I can go to a 3 or 6 month treasury and get that compound interest when it matures, reinvest that money, and I'm typically math says that I'm going to outpace that CD. So short term, I think that's certainly a great place to look. Long term, that again, I'm going to look for areas that are being oversold, areas that are going to get, beat up a little bit. If we look at it, we're coming to the end of the first quarter earnings reports here that have come out from the fourth quarter, and we're getting to the end of that. There's going to be about a 45-day window here where I think things are going to be pretty bumpy. What good news is going to come out until we get into earnings here in the second quarter? And so, tech, communications, those sectors are going to be oversold. That's what I'm looking for. I'd be looking for long-term buying opportunities in whatever gets oversold.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about the housing market. You had some projections there about what you think may be going on.
Yeah, we're still seeing some strong demand, and I think as we get into, the spring here, everyone knows that that's the time to sell the house, and, if you're going to move and put it on the market. So I think there's still going to be some decent demand there. But I think where we see that lag in the housing market is going to be in the third quarter, the fourth quarter. That's when we're going to get, I think, a continued decrease in values. But it's not going to be anything like the 2008 recession. So, and the biggest reason is in 2008, if we go back, there was a huge oversupply. Today, we don't have that. The demand is incredibly high. There is a lack of supply out there. But because of interest rates going up, mortgage rates, we are going to, I think, see that pullback in value. But it might be 5 or 10% versus a significant 30 or 40% like we saw in the Great Recession. So, I think be prepared for that. If I were going to sell my home, I'd probably do it sooner. Or if you can wait a year or two, and let this kind of play through, I'd give that a consideration. But later this year, I think we'd probably see a pullback.
All right, if we break here, I'm thinking
Kyle
we have a
Odell,
big move
thank
up
you so
that
much.
could happen.
Edge Rock Wealth Management. Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, Nicole.
Or at least up to maybe 397.
Okay, coming up next, the CFO of Zeta Global joins us. Shares spiked higher today after an earnings beat.
Coffee. Got my coffee. Rejected. Laser. Wow. Let's see. I sold here. Where did I sell? Yeah, I sold somewhere around here. Quite the move. It came back up. So it was all volume. What happened? Oh, that deal with Ford or whatever. Was it with? Oh, Mercedes, that's right. Mercedes, the deal with Laser and then the deal with TikTok. Where Dick? Well, GME is below the 50. Haven't had the flush yet. Maybe next week. A good note. On a good note. Yeah, 1940. I guess really closer to 19, but I'm still looking at that 1940. I like to sell at supports and buy at resistances, so that's why I sold today. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it, buddy. Back to work we go. Thanks for your like. For 42. Well done, sir. Happy Friday to you as well. Dividend? Inverse 3 times real estate ETF offered a dividend? What? I was saying it wasn't a big drop yet. But yeah, it did drop below it. We didn't get this yet. At. I don't understand the dividend on DRV. Yeah, it's the housing ETF, DRV. It's real estate bear 3 times ETF. I was thinking about going long on this one, just I don't know. Figured it basically just inverses the market, but I thought if there is bad housing data or whatever, this could go extra good. But I don't know. I didn't know they had a dividend. That gas moving back up. Yeah, DRV. Weird. Okay, nat gas moving. Testing the highs a bit.
That has to do with AI has been doing very well lately. You mentioned Chat GPT. You know, we think about Microsoft, we think about Google trying to compete. You said you worked with them to create your own Chat Zeta, and maybe someone might say, "Hey, someone might say, do you want to collaborate? Can we buy you out?" I mean, it's just such a hot thing.
It's a hot thing, but you have to make it ultimately drive outcomes for your customers. It's one thing to be on a theme and on a fad. Our AI is at the core of what we do. It's in our DNA, and it's what allows us to drive better outcomes. AI? In fact, there was a study done by Forrester, an independent study,
Never heard of it.
Looked at all the marketing clouds and how they help enterprise brands. It was our marketing cloud that was found to be the highest performing, able to generate 50% better outcomes for customers than an alternative to Zeta.
Yeah, and what's the big picture here going forward? What's the outlook for the company?
Last year, in February of 2022, we introduced a long-term model and a long-term plan. It was built upon 2 elements. We've introduced the third. The first was, by 2025, generate at least $1 billion in revenue. By 2025, generate at least $200 million or 20% adjusted EBITDA margins. And what we just released was an at least free cash flow of $110 million, or converting about 55% of our adjusted EBITDA to free cash flow. In addition to throwing the javelin on those metrics, we provide our investors the different KPIs that underpin how we're going to get there, from the number of customers that we should have by then and what the pacing should look like, the size of those customers, how many sales reps we should have, the mix and the margins. And on each of those elements, what we discussed on our call last night was that we're pacing ahead on each of those elements of our plan to be able to get there faster.
Right. So just quickly, our time's up, but I am curious about the headwinds that you're watching? I mean, I know you're doing so
Oh,
well.
that
You're
gas
gonna
making
have
a
an
move.
hour guidance.
See.
The forecast is looking good. Are there
Buy's
some
coming down,
headwinds
rejecting
that,
VWAP.
that do worry you as the CFO?
Got an hour and a half
I'm
left.
sure you have a plan to tackle them, but what are they?
Look, we want to stay very close to our customers
Very
right now.
nice
And what we're finding is
range-bound
that
day.
they're willing to take on risk to replace multiple point solutions and to consolidate down to something that has a lower total cost of ownership, but without sacrificing actually improving outcomes. If we stay close to our customers, stay close to our sales pipelines, a lot of what we have under our control, we can just keep executing like we have been. Of course, we're going to stay balanced. We're going to keep, generating profitable growth and on the bottom line that's even faster than on the top. But we feel like everything's in front of us right now. We love our sales pipeline, love that the market is moving to Zeta, and excited about our momentum.
Yeah. Chris, thank you for joining us today. Chris
Thanks,
Greiner, the Greiner, thank you, CFO of Zeta. Thanks. Coming up, we will talk ETFs, the flows that are important to talk about.
Talk about DRV and their divvy. All right, new high on that gas. I want it to kind of come down so I can buy tomorrow. I want to get more. Well, it broke through that support, the prior support. So next leg here is kind of that gap fill up there at 885. Today will be green over the 9 if it closes like this. Very nice. GME is moving down there. I wicked. Germany, France, and the UK are considering a security pact with Ukraine as a way to encourage Kiev to engage in peace talks with Russia. Seems like countries are taking sides. We've got North Korea, China supporting Russia, Europe and US supporting Ukraine. Oh, whoever's talking about the Sun article on BBY, I actually found it. I pulled it up. It's old. I know it's from today, but that's old, the Hudson Bay thing. And it's fake too, because we don't. It says they're the buyer. They're on the filing, but I mean, I guess it's not necessarily fake, but yeah, I don't know. The article is old at any rate. There was another article though that was like that came out around the same time that was contradicting itself. So those 1.5 cash secured puts from this morning on BBY are up 22%. And those are for next week. Now SPY's coming down. Ooh, and that gas still going. Oil's held up really well. So has the dollar, though.
Work to get inflation down to 2%. She talked a lot about labor conditions here in the U.S. and how we can have price stability and healthy labor markets. She doesn't necessarily see a trade-off, but I think the market participants are sort of looking at things a little bit differently. Expectations for higher rate hikes to come, possibly even a faster pace. Nicole has investors a bit concerned. Loretta Mester called the labor market interesting, and she did talk about how we can get demand down without unemployment ultimately coming off. So she talked about how businesses are keeping people on staff
so the
right
BBBY
now because of some of those employment
penny stock algo or whatever turned back
but
on.
I think the real concern here is that we're going to start to see some wage spirals, which would add to some of the already existing inflationary pressures and ultimately are not a good thing, right, for the bulls, and definitely not the week that they were looking for as we head into the end of the month of February.
Right, understood. I mean, as you look at these treasuries, people continually talk about short term and how they're just getting the best return. It's undeniable. So much so that why bother with the stock market? There was a time that we were saying, Tina, there is no alternative. Now there's an alternative.
Yeah, we were talking earlier in the week, right, about how the two are competing with each other at this point. And again, we're seeing a reflection of that in terms of longer-term price activity in stocks since the beginning of the year, selling off as a year. And especially this week, we saw that come back into play again. 10-year yields just below 4%. You can see they're hanging out right at 3.95 now and up 1.5% here. That's just on, I'm sorry, almost 2% here now. That's just on today. The TNX, the 30-year TYX to 3.95. You mentioned the shorter dated, Nicole. I saw the 2-year up to 4.8. If higher today, down only 4 days this month. With that, we've seen strength in the U.S. dollar. That's a headwind for stocks as well. I'm not really sure which came first there, chicken or the egg, but there you can see 2-year taking out levels we haven't seen since 2007. And definitely, Nicole, something to keep an eye on next week if rates to the upside continue. Crude oil kind of adrift around 75, 76, so that doesn't seem to be feeding into the inflation concerns right now. It's really primarily eco-data driven. And hey, just brace yourself, get some rest this weekend because we got another week packed full of manufacturing data, housing numbers, and, well, lots to keep an eye on next week as well, Nicole.
Yeah, next week.
Yeah, Ben Lichtenstein, thank you for all of that. Appreciate it.
Durable goods, core. Let's see, durable goods.
To ETF flows and the latest trends that we are seeing. Joining me right now, Aniket Lal,
retail inventory, wholesale inventory,
CFRA. Thank you for being with us.
So, manufacturing.
What trends are we seeing? What is
Java's claims? Not
telling us?
A whole lot next week. Not like
well,
this
on
week,
the equity side, Nicole, we've seen significant inflows into international ETFs. In total, this year we've seen about $50 billion, a little under $50 billion in new flows into ETFs. Almost half of those have actually gone into ex-US or international ETFs. So, and that's been across the board, both developed markets and emerging markets. Investors have shown an appetite for global equities. Some of the biggest ETFs this year in terms of inflows have been the JP Morgan Europe ETF, BBEU. We've seen a couple of iShares and Vanguard ETFs taken over $2 billion in net flows. So that's kind of been the theme for this year. But I will add one caveat, which is that we've seen sentiment change a little bit in the last 1 week, as you alluded to in your previous segment. A lot of the flows into international have been driven by expectations that the dollar wouldn't be as strong this year. But now with inflation not moderating, if the rate hikes continue, the dollar could get stronger, and that may impact international flows going forward.
Well, that's interesting because we saw the dollar go to 105 today, when it had been hovering a little bit lower. So you're talking about the 50 billion and that at least half of that being in international and I guess emerging markets as well, right? Tell me about the emerging markets part of it.
That's right. And last year, because the dollar was so strong, we saw almost a 12% depreciation of the dollar against a trade-weighted basket of currencies. That really impacted international markets negatively. As you know, when you translate back into dollars, a strong dollar impacts that. The expectation was this year the dollar wouldn't be as strong. I think that drove a lot of flows into international. But now we've got to see going forward if that continues.
Right, understood. So at this point now, when you said about 50 billion, and that's about half, what's the other half?
Well, we've also seen inflows into bond ETFs. Last year, a lot of the bond ETF flows went into treasury and sovereign bonds. There was really a flight to quality there. In fact, treasury and sovereign bonds took in $125 billion in flows last year, a very significant number. This year, we have seen flows into bond ETFs, but it's been much more broad-based. Investors have been more willing to take on some credit risk. It's been more broad. Bond ETFs have taken in flows, corporate bond ETFs, and it's not as heavily focused on just sovereign debt this year.
Yeah, tell me about digital assets. I see that's been an area of strength as well. BitO.
Right. I mean, it is surprising to see that at the top of the list, but I think really the reason for that is this year's been a period of two different halves, so to speak. We had one period from the beginning of the year till about mid-February where investors were really going to high growth, high tech sectors. In fact, if you rank all the ETFs in terms of performance this year, the top 10 would all be digital asset or fintech type ETFs. But that's a little bit, again, not capturing the complete picture, because since February, in the last 10 days, we've seen, as we mentioned, some concerns about inflation, the possibility the Fed may get more hawkish again. That's going to affect high growth, high beta tech sectors. So while we have seen Bitcoin and digital assets do well this year, again, that could change if sentiment shifts again, as we've seen in the last week or so.
Right. You mentioned that for fixed income, people have been running to treasuries and government bonds, and that's been an area that has shown some strength. What about tech ETFs?
Tech ETFs are done very well for the first 6 weeks.
Holding that support still from today.
Well this year, it's really the high beta sectors: tech, consumer, communication services, consumer discretionary.
There's volume, hour and 15 left, and we're
up till again about mid-February. In the last
GME.
week, we've seen that reverse a little bit, and I think the jury's still out on if that's going to be sustained. So on a year-to-date basis, tech has done well, but it's been under a little bit of pressure in the last week or so again.
Right, understood. Any final thoughts? Because you said as the dollar gains or elements change, what will you be watching for when it comes to changes other than the dollar, and how these flows may change?
Well, one thing we're going to look at is, will investors look at different types of ETFs to generate income? We've seen some interest in options-based strategies. JEPI, the JP Morgan equity premium ETF, took in $12 billion last year. We think that's going to continue this year. They also made
pretty big candle to the downside.
Products to kind of have more defined outcomes where they give up some upside in exchange for downside protection. So those categories may see some interest as well this year.
Just quickly, the U.S. Yeah, you didn't.
I know,
yeah.
The BBBY thing, I think it's just people that don't want to mess with crypto.
But what about U.S. ETFs? I mean, there's 30
people just
ETFs,
don't have a
so
crypto account, or
I mean,
just want to think of it as a stock.
Has done fairly
exposure
well
to
this year.
Bitcoin,
I mean, the
but
S&P's been up, about 4% so far.
But
again, I think it's really going to depend on what happens with the.
And then I think it has options too, right? I think I've played options on BBBY.
And
so yeah, you can get a lot of leverage on Bitcoin, but
the teams,
I don't really
the growth team
do that stuff. So I would just trade options on BBBY.
About February, mid-Feb, we think that might change going forward.
Aniket Ulal, thank you.
Wow.
VP, ETF
She said his name really well. I wonder if that's really how you say it.
Thank you, Nicole.
She said a name really well. Maybe it's his. I'm not sure. Maybe it's someone else's.
Now, we saw a big jump in new home sales this morning. Is the worst behind us? We'll get our panel to explain.
We just practiced that all last night. Saying that name. You said invest in BBBY. Yeah, that's true. I guess investing in it doesn't make much sense. down for the year. Oh, 2022. I bouncing here. Bounced off the 50. I should leave the 50 up more. There follows little puppy dog GME. Wish I could make money as my stocks about. Got 10 minutes into, well, 13 minutes into seeing us close. I think all the speakers from today are done. Yeah. Power hour, gap fill on SPY. Let's go. Massive squeeze. That'd be 2040 on GME. Just this little move and that huge move. Probably put 12 billion in your account for playing. Cheers, thanks. That's a pretty big green candle there. Yep. Oh yeah, someone mentioned this earlier actually. They thought I was good to go short to $3. Like, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if it'll go much lower than this though. Got a lot of support here and here. Guess we could keep coming down. That volume. SPY back to VWAP. Pretty big drop on Beyond today from its high. HPCO. Yeah, what was the catalyst on this one? That move was crazy. So one of you in chat was, I think, bought at the highs. Still have it. Sorry. Their announcement was that their medication can be taken without food? Hold on, what? I want to buy that stock. I hate taking meds with food. I freaking hate it. I can't wait to buy something I don't have to. 8 million free float, 16 million market cap. Take medicine without food. Whoa, there we go. Spies through VWAP. Gap fill for power hour. Oh boy. See if Bed Bath does something cool for power hour. Do something cool. Here comes Spy. BBY moving up to VWAP. Little tick up. Oh yeah, that's right, they announced a share offering. That's always a risk with any stock like that. I mean, good for them. Like, getting something like that and just banking a bunch of money on it. Yeah, the share offering. One day, I mean, it might have kept running if they gave it a little more time.
Might be my parents, because again, they could probably property based on the supply and demand factors. Secondly, I think people are going to live in a property for less amount of time than they historically would have done. Where a first-time buyer would live in a place for 5 to 7 years, it might be 2 to 3 years now, just because they're going to find something that's not going to be their forever home. So, you know, we're going to see these kind of trends be the new normal, where a home is no longer a forever home. Going back to what he was saying, it's what's affordable and what makes sense kind of right now.
I traded IPO.
The way to think.
Remember? Probably don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got these shares pre-IPO.
We still know the supply is
This is when I got on Webull.
tight in a lot of areas.
I sold it here. I made it free.
Can't even find the land to build
On this
in some
IPO
of the
day, I don't remember
areas.
where,
Brad,
but
final
like
thoughts?
5 free shares.
Well, I do think, I mean, if you look at the number of housing units under construction, right, that's still close to 1.7 million. That's near a record. That is coming down a bit. There's a lot of housing that's under construction today that needs to get finished. We can always debate hot areas and where people are moving, and there never seems to be enough supply where people want to be, right? But nonetheless, we do have a lot of housing in the hopper. I think the theme here, at least as I analyze it over the last 30 days, has been changes to population estimates, really substantiating what was too much housing creation as a result of basically really cheap credit, artificially high home prices, and then the effects on rents of artificially high occupancy rates, which had stemmed from the eviction moratorium and related practices. All of that sent housing starts off to the races. Looked like it was too much, kind of got scary, but now it's substantiated.
All right. Rogers, give me a few seconds on spring. Go for it. Even if mortgage rates are high, you could refinance later or no?
Yeah, Nicole, you'd be a great realtor. You know, we're hiring. Come join our team. That's exactly what I would say. You know, buy now, get into something, and the saying goes, you marry the house, you date the rate. So if you find something you love, get in there. Even if interest rates are literally double what they were a year and a half ago, get in there start building some equity, but also give yourself the peace of mind of not having to go and be in a battle against other people, because it is still going to be very busy.
Oh, I have smart guests. That's what helps me through every day. I learn something from each one of them. Thank you. Rogers Healy,
You're the
Rogers Healy Companies, Brad Gentleman.
That's my guarantee. Nice.
Thank you both very,
$2 scratchers.
much. That's going to do it.
That
for us
one's
here
historically a
on the
mover.
Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. Have a beautiful, safe weekend. Down arrows.
Course they have
down
options
about
just for you, Don.
309. Keep it right.
Don specials. $2 scratchers. $1. I mean, the momentum's down. I have a little golfing on today. There's SPY moving up a bit. They literally cost $2. There it is. Yep, here you are. You got 30 of them. Last was 4, so you doubled your money already? Wait, once. Whoa. $2. Oh, these. Why don't I see you? Oh, because Weeble's delayed, maybe. Bye, there it goes. Gap fill engaged. Let's see if we can do it. 397.20 next. We were listening, I don't know what we're listening to, but just saying how the intraday volatility has gotten way more on the market since SPY now has 0-day options every day, not just Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Buy now and build equity. I know, like, but definitely buy now. But if you're not gonna buy and you want to sell, call me also. Yeah, don't have to worry about that when they're free. I know, I did that with the banks. That was like my favorite play. 1 cent options, doubled in money, went to 2 cents. It's like, okay, just a ton of time and way out of the money. That's how the bank ones worked. Most of them didn't work, but some did. Spoken like a true realtor. Here we go, 497.20. BBY even got a push above VWAP there. That gas is moving up. GME has a little gap up there at 2014. Let's see the fill, SPY. Do it. Rum and Coke, do it. 397.94 would be after that. Maybe? Why is that so high? Why did you do that? Did I move? There. I think there's some other prior zones there as well. Gotta have everyone feeling good coming into the weekend. Pump it. That's it? Oh, I haven't even started Power Hour. That's just a little precursor. That was a warm-up. BBBY is moving up here, seeing us close. What is in store? Awa. Who is your daddy and what does he do? Me breaking through that 50. I knew high on the day, filling the gap. Dude, here we go. Here we go. General Motors is moving up. GME is not above VWAP. Look at her go. A partnership with Snoop Dogg? Was that the catalyst? Whoa. Interesting. Or was that recent? Oh. So hit that resistance we had there, what, 39720-ish? I guess that next level.
Is taking a hold and starting to reheat a bit. Supply chain is basically back to normal. China's pretty much functioning. Ports are open. Energy prices are at one-year lows. In the case of nat gas, multi-year lows. There was no energy crisis to anything close to the degree of worries just a few months ago.
Right here.
Can't blame
You didn't lose
the
it. It's right
inflation
here.
situation on COVID abnormalities anymore with regards to the supply chain. What you can blame it on is abnormalities in the amount of stimulation that we injected into the market during 2020. We created a beast. We revived an economy, not just to
Did you guys get some
survive,
lag?
but then to thrive.
Sometimes it shows me like a huge drop off in viewers just for like a minute and it pops back, but
monster and we don't know how to tame it.
showed that and it hasn't
Solution is
come
going
back.
to be for the
Wonder if
Fed
there's
to
a bunch
throw
of
some
lag once
shackles
people
back
left or
on
something. That
and
was weird.
probably keep hiking more than people had expected over
I'll
the
see
last
it
quarter.
drop
when they
off to like
started buying
way
all
down, but
these
it just
growth assets again. The ARC fund
hasn't
now is
popped
down
back up.
3%
I'm wondering if we
today.
just dropped a bunch of
Wood,
frames or something.
who runs the fund, of course, at the beginning of this month said that they are the
fine.
new NASDAQ. Not sure that's where you want to be if we're still in a bear market.
Weird.
Since then,
Oh, SPY rejecting that
ARC is underperforming
39.720.
cues. So we are
A couple
reverting
buffers.
back towards that 2022 regime
Okay.
as we probably should
Maybe a bunch of people did
because we've
dump.
got
then.
inflation stuck where it's at. Look at the chart for ARC
It's the
versus
market.
Qs. Nothing's changed here. ARC is a high beta version, yes, a version of the NASDAQ, the gambler's NASDAQ, if you will. The stuff that requires
How
risk
dare
and
those
appetite
market
that rallied
makers.
over the last couple months is unwinding again. Give me that chart. There it is. Okay.
Probably SS.
Lower lows and lower highs for ARC in the Qs throughout this month. The left side vertical pop, that's Jerome Powell seemingly laying the groundwork for everybody to get frothy again. But see, that's not what he's supposed to do. What's good for the economy long term might be what's bad for the economy short term. And that's where this gets so confusing. But it's a good logical reason for why better than expected data continue to be bad for the market. It might seem like it shouldn't be that way, but when you have inflation as rooted as it is, that's the way it is. Because now the Fed is going to have to revert back to a more traditional approach of creating slowdown. There were high hopes post GFC throughout the
above
last
165
decade and a
today.
half that we wouldn't have to have the big booms
I don't know if we got enough
and
likes for me to
busts
do that kind of
the
move.
market cycles historically.
Yeah, it's
And
giving
we
me
had
low bit
limited
rate.
growth.
What's going on here?
We had a Fed that had our back. And so the cycles remained muted. We had growth, but there were no booms and there were no busts. Until COVID, out of fear of a bust, we created an enormous boom. And now as we have people like Paul Krugman mystifying, because we juiced us up with steroids. And at the first sign of a little bit of a pullback in the last year, people saw NASDAQ down 30%.
That's on variable bit rate.
Tesla cutting prices. They see a home
Just should be fine. I don't know why it keeps dropping. Maybe internet just slows down there.
Now it's only $1 million. That's a deal.
There's SPY's holding up.
I wanted to get a Model Y. Well, now I can get it. For
I'd like to see
less.
above 1625.
And boom, we get the market.
Because then we'll get that
running up
engulfing candle.
4 months straight. Because the same
Then I won't
logic
have
is
to
applied
hedge.
to valuations. People go, oh,
I won't hedge my upside
in the case of Cathie Wood.
frothiness
Oh,
today.
buy that dip.
Even though we
Let
very
me
well
keep
still could
jamming in the money
come lower.
and put bad
But this
money to work.
floor that potentially is being
So
built,
we're in the same spot. It could be a lot
a little more
worse
solid if that's
if
engulfing.
crude oil
I
was
think.
surging, and that's why I'm watching it very carefully. Because at this point, it still is contained. That's the one hope here. That's really right now a sliver of hope that inflation won't run away with energy prices as
Look at that
subdued
nice
as they are.
bullish
But
bull
it's
flag on the
starting
dollar.
to remain at least very stable, if not pick
Good
up.
resistance
Crude oil
here, though.
can't seem to break down past $75. And so you've got the dollar up, you've got yields up. And if we look at the yield curve just real fast, because the context here is once again that historically the Fed creates recessions in a slowdown, and if Powell was trying to get fancy and thread the needle,
gas
and
about to make
prioritize
new
soft
highs.
landing, the market here over the last 2 weeks and the inflation data is telling him no. The best thing you can
You
do
don't know if you'll see that
is
today?
the worst thing short term, which is what
No.
the Fed usually does, which is pound
I
the
predict
brakes
not.
and slam
But
the economy.
you could always
Unfortunately,
get
if that's the
$4
only way to tame the
calls
beast
for
that we
4
created,
cents.
and it looks like that's what they're going to have to do.
If
Let's
it
bring
does,
Kevin Hanks,
make a
Lady
ton of
Young,
money.
joining me here this afternoon. So we're trying to come back a little bit here, Kev, but how far can we get when the message seems so clear from the data the last 2 weeks that we've got a major inflation problem?
Yeah, you're right, Oliver. The resiliency of this market continues. The fact that it was down as much as it was at the lows and it has come back to this point, I don't know if this is just
bounce not even
knee-jerk
big.
buying of dips
What
based
bounce?
on an economy that's doing extremely
come
well
down for it to
and
bounce.
just
No chance.
ignoring the inflation and what the Fed may have to do. Or
Market
this
makers
is
pricing in a
people who are
probability
just
of it
putting
going
money
to
work
5 by
at a normal
close
time. But the
at
resiliency of this market today, because
0.08%.
Oliver, there's no good news in this
Not
market
even a
today,
1% chance.
other than and Liz Ann Saunders put this out.
But if he's
In the
wrong, you make a lot of money.
New home sales, the numbers were up and the prices
No, I didn't
were
buy
down
4 calls.
8.2%.
I was saying
That's
if you think it's going to go to $5 by the end of the day, you could make a lot of money if you bought 4 calls.
The economic data that we got today, Oliver.
Bounce market
And
open?
So, it's interesting.
Not even
If
big.
you think
No, it's not big,
about
but it's different than what we've seen,
where
and that's what
Jerome
makes me think we're
Powell
building a floor.
was when he was talking
On the
about
shorter
the word
time frames,
transient, I
it's,
looked it
it's
up.
bullish.
March
Like we could still fill that
2021,
gap, but this is
he
the signs
used
of
the words transient for the first
buying
time
pressure holding
about
up the price,
inflation.
basically.
March
So
2021. Think of everything that's happened since then.
Potentially
and
this
they
is the
still
bottom.
call him on that time he said transient when there's been unbelievable amounts of government spending. When you
we have an
get a
engulfing
war in
candle today. I
Ukraine,
think more likely
all
that this
these
was the
things
bottom.
going on
If
that
it's
have
not,
caused this,
maybe
Jerome Powell
a
has
touch of that
one
gap fill
tool,
before
and that is to raise interest rates.
we go up more.
Government spending, no one seems to want to talk about that.
So
How
you're
much money the
saying there's a
government has spent
chance.
since
Exactly.
then.
Exactly.
But Oliver, this is a market trying to figure out:
Recap or
are we
TMV?
going significantly lower,
Yeah,
or
we
do
love
we
what you-
hold these
Oh,
levels?
thanks, love.
'Cause,
Appreciate it.
Oliver, if they
Also have a
buy
recap
today's
video.
market,
I bring up that I left out of there.
So
Which was
yeah,
that we
I'll do a
did
little
throw on
recap on
a little
BBY
bit more
today and
spending at the end of
GME, and I'll
last
go over my
year, too.
positions and SPY and
There are a lot
everything.
of reasonable
2.8
arguments.
trillion.
Yeah, that
150
inflation
calls dropped a lot. What, the
reduction,
weeklies?
May not have been exactly the right
Yes.
name for it. Okay. All right. So to your point.
Yeah, I
we've
noticed the
got
available
spending.
shares was
We've got the dollar now
coming in
moving
and
to
out of existence
105,
today.
So we just clipped straight through 104, which was a range we held for a good chunk of time at the end of last year. That's moving quickly.
Yeah, 115
What
was
about
last
the
time I had
bond
a shares
move, though,
available.
Kev?
So
We're
most
kinda
today there haven't been
contained
any
today. I mean,
available.
it seems like this could be worse. So 3.9 and a half almost.
Well, here's what I noticed. If you look at a chart,
Oh, your
of the
$1.50 calls.
10-year,
Yeah, you're gonna get theta decay with
note,
it just going sideways.
Oliver, and
Are they
you
weeklies?
put up a chart.
Expired in
it is
an hour, 45
perilously
minutes?
close to oversold on the downside. It keeps bumping off that oversold level. Maybe that's why it's not breaking as hard in some of this data as it might if it were higher. It's already sold off.
Yeah, you want to sell them when the volatility, when it's exciting.
When payrolls came out from
if you're planning on selling them today.
To where we are now, over 3.9. I've got
2 calls for 08 for tomorrow or Friday. Next Friday.
On the 10-year.
Oh, those are today. Next week.
395. So
wait,
it has moved a significant amount and corrected a lot. So you may get a little bit of diminishing returns or a little consolidation here at these levels before we get another leg.
Yeah, it depends on when you bought them.
Because the
10-year
note,
note, you want to buy when it's boring.
For interest rates has moved a long way. It's not
almost always that's the rule.
Volatile,
there's exceptions, but that's the rule. Buy when it's boring, sell when it's exciting.
It has, it's not surprising that this data that is confirming
not a whole lot of data decay so far on them. It's not bad. I'm guessing you bought them somewhere in this exciting time, the first hour or two.
Okay. So they're moving, but at a pretty contained
but
pace.
Option premium hasn't really probably moved a whole lot in the last
20-day for the 10-year.
2 hours.
Each step is going higher than the previous one.
Just slowly come down, maybe.
Out. It's just a steady climb. Some of this we can blame on company specifics too, Renita.
Yeah, that's.
When the
makes
market's
sense.
Coming down,
yeah, you don't want to miss it.
Different response than when the market's going up. So it's hard to know for some.
So what you can do is just scatter your bids at different levels.
Or do they really get punished? But it was kind of a reminder.
Limit orders.
Stalwart tech names are very.
You start one like where it's at, and then just drop them down and scatter them in case it gets cheaper and cheaper.
Investors are choosing how they respond to that slowing growth. Some companies are getting rewarded for warning of the slow growth.
I guess you could do stop limits on the upside.
Not so much.
So if it does start to rally and they get more expensive, you could do it that way.
We've been having this conversation all quarter, right?
Seems a little counterintuitive, but
Autodesk did beat on earnings and
maybe it would work.
But it was the guidance that really ticked
March
this one off.
3
they gave weak guidance
next week.
For the
I don't have
and for the full
the only
year,
options I have are short. I'm short options.
And it's also
selling
some restructuring going on with the company, but. All of that is weighing on the stock.
If I did have long options,
that several banks lowered their
depends on where I was at on them.
Barclays lowered.
I would probably hold them
from 100 or
at least till tomorrow or Monday, because potential for a weekend news, and then you will get a gap up
on the stock,
if there's big news over the weekend.
Rating, and that analyst said that the demand environment.
But if there's no news, then I would probably sell them on Monday.
Than it was with the third quarter on a whole.
And at the excitement, and then reposition on Monday for the week after at least. Max Payne's still at $2, so
right?
I don't think we're going to hit it though.
Actually raised the price target still within that range from 236 to 244.
I'm long on shares.
Overweight rating. And also this, Autodesk.
So my short options are bullish though. I have short puts.
And so they're moving more consumers.
And then I'm long shares I got today.
To the annual billing.
So the only thing I have expires next week though are
upfront payments, and the company feels like that will help.
So it's bullish,
but
it's not.
Or it'll help
collecting
them
premium,
coming up for renewals.
Buying premium.
It'll also shift
Laser
to a
up 10%.
tailwind for both cash flow and billings growth. That's what they're expecting now, just with that shift in how they issue billings.
So there's some hope here, for light at the end of the tunnel, but the tunnel right now is a slowing growth.
Consolidating up here above VWAP, maybe building up a little 5-minute bull flag.
Impervious company to competition. They've got really, really good products, but even them susceptible to slowdowns here and susceptible to valuations coming off. What I may be a little bit more surprised by is the 10% drop in Live Nation.
Another big back down to VWAP.
Where we've been able to at least find some solace in being able to.
If you're profitable on next week's,
hotels, a lot of those are closer to the highs in the case.
There's no way I can answer for you because I don't know your situation,
but Live Nation made a high in 2021. When we were still a lot more locked down.
Yeah.
So at this
really
point,
the only thing I'd be holding for would be for
call
a weekend news announcement. If you don't think there's going to be one,
so today
selling it today makes a lot of sense.
For its worst day in almost a year.
If
That's really big. Now, although Live Nation posted revenue,
even if you're down on it,
expectations well above expectations.
But I mean, if you're down on it, it's going to be harder to take losses, I guess.
Than expected loss for earnings, and then there's some worries about regulatory scrutiny and margins. Let's start with margins. That's a little.
Oh, Taryn, that's you.
Some investors are
that's you on Discord.
bottom line growth.
Yeah.
Here we go. It didn't impress as much
I know. I was.
as the revenue did.
I actually
And
messaged
they're
you
concerned
this morning on
about
Discord,
margins
just on general,
because of
not
that.
not
But the
DM.
second concern,
I was wondering how you did on those.
regulators, they want to rein
I know.
in Live Nation after that.
I almost went
Taylor
short on
Swift
the ES,
tickets
and then
fiasco.
ended up.
Also happened with Bruce Springsteen.
I don't think I had
last
margin to
year.
do anything.
And an
Getting all
analyst
screwed
tells
up in my margin right
Barron's
now.
that it could scare
But yeah,
away
you nailed
some
it.
possible
PCE
portfolio
scared the market.
managers
That was
from
a
actually
solid
buying
pre-market
into the
drop.
stock. And then that's obviously going to limit the
Oh,
incremental
yeah, that was legit.
buyers.
I appreciate you
into
sharing
the
your
stock
trades.
as well. So
That's
yesterday,
awesome.
though, Live Nation tried to sort of quell those concerns that investors and consumers have by announcing
I'm thinking if
support
today,
for litigation.
if we stay in this
that
range
would
today, that's
reform the
pretty
ticketing
bearish for Monday.
business, and limit scalpers
I don't know your
from
thoughts,
buying
but
up so many
I thought if we had a
tickets and
pretty good
selling them
recovery,
for
maybe
so
not.
much
But usually red Fridays
So some
end up being
company
red
specifics
Mondays.
here. But again, just kind of a
The
reminder
fact
how
that it's kind of
bubbly
just
this market
consolidating
got.
basically
Never
down here
could
is
wrap my
more or
head
less just a
around
bear
why
flag.
Live Nation or Expedia, two companies directly tied to activity and normal life, we're making highs during COVID.
I know, so
in the middle of the pandemic.
had short on oil, but oil actually rallied. I closed out
another
before
example of just how nuts we kind of
it
got
went
there.
against me.
So now that they actually have some
Expecting oil to
organic
come down,
growth
it's just
behind
taking a
them,
bit.
they're losing out
I think
because
that'll
the
drive the
valuations
market
are too high.
much heavier
Because
once
the
it
market
does.
had, lost its mind. So
What I
kind of,
what I was able to keep though
major
were my
thorn in the
long
side of
on
the
nat
reopening
gas,
of the
which
trade.
has been
Thanks,
well
Randy Young. Thanks, Kevin.
well received
Appreciate it,
in my
guys.
account. But
Let's
I
bring
need
Bob Conzo joining us.
more
Robert
of
is
them.
CEO and managing director at the
I think
Wealth
Monday I
Alliance.
should have
What are the conversations going to look
purchasing
like
power
with the
to
clients after the
average
last
in
couple
some
of
more.
weeks, Robert, compared to maybe at the beginning of the year?
Market is very
How are ya?
unpredictable.
Good to be on the show again.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Well, right now, there's
and
a
now
lot
finally
of
the TA matches
indecision.
the bearish
There's
sentiment
really
that
not
makes
a lot
sense.
of conviction on the economic forefront. You have the Fed trying to engineer an economic slowdown, and you have good points and bad points.
There's
on the
nat
good
gas
side,
at the highs.
CPI going down, wage growth going down. There's some layoffs, which isn't good, but within their plan. On the bad side,
I even saw you got some BBBY
big jobs
calls.
number came out 517. It was
I don't
supposed to be
even.
180.
Yeah,
that
the
was
IV's
huge.
too high for me to want to play with.
Unemployment ticked
But
down to 3.4. Haven't seen that since
could always
the
go
late
higher.
50s. And now the consumer spending just came out. It was higher month over month, jumped up from 0.1 to
318.
0.6.
I'm gonna have to cut it off. Gonna do the video
There
recap video.
is indecision.
Thank you so much
People, there is
for
the three
joining
words that we keep
Happy
saying,
Money
lack
Crew,
of
Bungee Gum.
confidence, and that
Appreciate it, man.
is making investors
Thank you
now
guys for
pause. You saw the
support.
market
Thank you for
pull
your
back,
likes,
and it's
your
going to play on the
subscriptions,
Fed
your thumbs
and
up,
what their
your
long-term trend is,
bell
and where they go
ringing.
interest rates.
I'm gonna go over some TA, SPY, BBY, GME positions. I went heavy on BBY. I might adjust a bit before close, depending on how we get close to close. Just have to watch recap video. Thanks, though, guys. Thanks, my next pair. Thanks, Taryn. Thanks, Furs. Thanks, Don.
The Fed chairman in the mid 70s, who when
And all
inflation went
y'all.
from 12 to 5, he lowered rates.
Filthy
And
animals.
He felt he did it right.
We'll see you on
He cut it
Discord.
too
See you on
early.
Twitter. Maybe do a
Inflation
Twitter
went from
Spaces.
5
Follow me
all
on
the way
there.
up to 19, or
Otherwise, we'll see you in the
15
premiere for the
Volcker had to
recap
come in, raise
video.
rates to almost
All right, peace out, guys.
22%.
Have a good weekend.
Broke the back of inflation, created
Thanks,
a
Darren.
recession.